Allan Quatermain, Part 2 by Henry Rider Haggard. Chapter 15. Sorisang. After our escape from Aegon and his pious crew, we returned to our quarters in the palace and had a very good time. The two queens, the nobles and the people vied with each other in doing us honor and showering gifts upon us. As for that painful little incident of the hippopotami, it sank into oblivion, where we were quite content to leave it. Every day deputations and individuals waited on us to examine our guns and clothing, our chain shirts, and our instruments, especially our watches, with which they were much delighted. In short, we became quite the rage, so much so that some of the fashionable young swells among the Zu Vendi began to copy the cut of some of our clothes, notably Sir Henry's shooting jacket. One day, indeed, a deputation waited on us and, as usual, could don his full dress uniform for the occasion. This deputation seemed somehow to be a different class to those who generally came to visit us. They were little insignificant men of an excessively polite, not to say servile, demeanor, and their attention appeared to be chiefly taken up with observing the details of goods. Full dress uniform, of which they took copious notes and measurements. Good was much flattered at the time, not suspecting that he had to deal with the 6 leading tailors of Molossus. A fortnight afterwards, however, when on attending court as usual, he had the pleasure of seeing some 7 or 8 Zu Vendi mashers arrayed in all the glory of a very fair imitation of his full dress uniform. He changed his mind. I shall never forget his face of astonishment and disgust. It was after this, chiefly to avoid remark, and also because our clothes were wearing out and had to be saved up, that we resolved to adopt the native dress, and a very comfortable one we found it, though I am bound to say that I looked sufficiently ridiculous in it, and as for Alphonse, only Umslopogaas would have none of these things. When his mucha was worn out, the fierce old Zulu made him a new one, and went about unconcerned, as grim and naked as his own battle-axe. Meanwhile, we pursued our study of the language steadily, and made very good progress. On the morning following our adventure in the temple, 3 grave and reverend signors presented themselves armed with manuscript books, inkhorns, and feather pens, and indicated that they had been sent to teach us. So, with the exception of Umslopogaas, we all buckled to with a will, doing 4 hours a day. As for Umslopogaas, he would have none of that either. He did not wish to learn that woman's talk, not he, and when one of the teachers advanced on him with a book and an inkhorn and waved them before him in a mild, persuasive way, much as a churchwarden invitingly shakes the offertory bag under the nose of a rich but niggardly parishioner, he sprang up with a fierce oath and flashed in Kosi Caius before the eyes of our learned friend, and there was an end of the attempt to teach him Zu Vendi. Thus we spent our mornings in useful occupation, which grew more and more interesting as we proceeded, and the afternoons were given up to recreation. Sometimes we made trips, notably one to the gold mines and another to the marble quarries, both of which I wish I had space and time to describe. And sometimes we went out hunting buck with dogs trained for that purpose, and a very exciting sport. It is, as the country is full of agricultural enclosures, and our horses were magnificent. This is not to be wondered at, seeing that the royal stables were at our command, in addition to which we had 4 splendid saddle horses given to us by Nilab the. Sometimes, again, we went hawking, a pastime that is in great favor among the Zu Vendi, who generally fly their birds at a species of partridge which is remarkable for the swiftness and strength of its flight. When attacked by the hawk, this bird appears to lose its head and, instead of seeking cover, flies high into the sky, thus offering wonderful sport. I have seen one of these partridges soar up almost out of sight when followed by the hawk. Still better sport is offered by a variety of solitary snipe, as big as a small woodcock, which is plentiful in this country, and which is blown at with a very small agile and highly trained hawk with an almost red tail. The zigzagging of the great snipe and the lightning rapidity of the flight and movements of the red-tailed hawk make the pastime a delightful one. Another variety of the same amusement is the hunting of a very small species of antelope with trained eagles, and it certainly is a marvelous sight to see the great bird soar and soar till he is nothing but a black speck in the sunlight, and then suddenly come dashing down like a cannonball upon some cowering buck that is hidden in a patch of grass from everything but that piercing eye. Still finer is the spectacle when the eagle takes the buck running. On other days, we would pay visits to the country seats at some of the great lords' beautiful fortified places and the villages clustering beneath their walls. Here we saw vineyards and cornfields and well-kept park-like grounds with such timber in them as filled me with delight, for I do love a good tree. There it stands so strong and sturdy and yet so beautiful, a very type of the best sort of man. How proudly it lifts its bare head to the winter storms, and with what a full heart it rejoices when the spring has come again. How grand its voice is, too, when it talks with the wind. 1,000 aeolian harps cannot equal the beauty of the sighing of a great tree in leaf. All day it points to the sunshine, and all night to the stars, and thus passionless, and yet full of life, it endures through the centuries, come storm, come shine, drawing its sustenance from the cool bosom of its mother earth, and as the slow years roll by, learning the great mysteries of growth and of decay. And so on and on through generations, outliving individuals, customs, dynasties, all save the landscape it adorns, and human nature till the appointed day, when the wind wins the long battle and rejoices over a reclaimed space, or decay puts the last stroke to his fungus-fingered work. Ah, one should always think twice before one cuts down a tree. In the evenings it was customary for Sir Henry Good and myself to dine, or rather sup, with their majesties. Not every night indeed, but about 3 or 4 times a week, whenever they had not much company, or the affairs of state would allow of it. And I am bound to say that those little suppers were quite the most charming things of their sort that I ever had to do with. How true is the saying that the very highest in rank are always the most simple and kindly. It is from your half-and-half sort of people that you get pomposity and vulgarity, the difference between the two being very much what one sees every day in England between the old, out-at-elbows, broken-down county family and the overbearing, purse-proud people who come and take the place. I really think that Nalaptha's greatest charm is her sweet simplicity and her kindly genuine interest even in little things. She is the simplest woman I ever knew, and, where her passions are not involved, one of the sweetest. But she can look queenly enough when she likes, and be as fierce as any savage too. For instance, never shall I forget that scene when I for the first time was sure that she was really in love with Curtis. It came about in this way all through. Good's weakness for lady society. When we had been employed for some 3 months in learning Zuvindi, it struck Master Good that he was getting rather tired of the old gentleman who did us the honor to lead us in the way that we should go, so he proceeded, without saying a word to anybody else, to inform them that it was a peculiar fact, but that we could not make any real progress in the deeper intricacies of a foreign language unless we were taught by young ladies. He was careful to explain. In his own country, he pointed out, it was habitual to choose the very best-looking and most charming girls who could be found to instruct any strangers who happened to come that way, etc. All of this the old gentleman swallowed open-mouthed. There was, they admitted, reason in what he said, since the contemplation of the beautiful, as their philosophy taught, induced a certain porosity of mind similar to that produced upon the physical body by the healthful influences of sun and air. Consequently, it was probable that we might absorb the Zuvindi tongue a little. Faster suitable teachers could be found. Another thing was that, as the female sex was naturally loquacious, Good practice would be gained in the viva voce department of our studies. To all of this, Good gravely assented, and the learned gentleman departed, assuring him that their orders were to fall in with our wishes in every way, and that, if possible, our views should be met. Imagine, therefore, the surprise and disgust of myself, and I trust and believe Sir Henry, when on entering the room where we were accustomed to carry on our studies the following morning, we found, instead of our usual venerable tutors, 3 of the best-looking young women whom Melosis could produce, and that is saying a good deal, who blushed and smiled and curtsied, and gave us to understand that they were there to carry on our instruction. Then Good, as we gazed at one another in bewilderment, thought fit to explain, saying that it had slipped his memory before, but the old gentleman had told him on the previous evening that it was absolutely necessary that our further education should be carried on by the other sex. I was overwhelmed and appealed to Sir Henry for advice in such a crisis. "Well," he said, "you see the ladies are here, ain't they? If we sent them away, don't you think it might hurt their feelings, eh? One doesn't like to be rough, you see, and they look regular blues, don't they, eh?" By this time Good had already begun his lessons with the handsomest of the 3. And so with a sigh I yielded. That day everything went very well. The young ladies were certainly very clever, and they only smiled when we blundered. I never saw Good so attentive to his books before, and even Sir Henry appeared to tackle Zuvendi with a renewed zest. Ah, thought I, will it always be thus? Next day we were much more lively. Our work was pleasingly interspersed with questions about our native country, what the ladies were like there, etc., all of which we answered as best as we could in Zuvendi, and I heard Good assuring his teacher that her loveliness was to the beauties of Europe, as the sun to the moon, to which she replied with a little toss of the head that she was a plain teaching woman and nothing else, and that it was not kind to deceive a poor girl so. They only had a little singing that was really charming, so natural and unaffected. The Zuvendi love songs are most touching. On the 3rd day we were all quite intimate. Good narrated some of his previous love affairs to his fair teacher, and so moved was she that her sighs mingled with his own. I discoursed with mine, a merry blue-eyed girl, upon Zuvendian art, and never saw that she was waiting for an opportunity to drop a specimen of the cockroach tribe down my back, whilst in the corner Sir Henry and his governess appeared, so far as I could judge, to be going through a lesson framed on the great educational principles laid down by Wackford Squeers-esque, though in a very modified or Squeers-esque, though in a very modified or rather spiritualized form. The lady softly repeated the Zuvendi word for hand, and he took hers. Eyes, and he gazed deep into her brown orbs. Lips, but just at that moment my young lady dropped the cockroach down my back and ran away laughing. Now if there is one thing I loathe more than another, it is cockroaches, and moved quite beyond myself, and yet laughing at her impudence, I took up the cushion she had been sitting on and threw it after her. Imagine then my shame, my horror, and my distress when the door opened, and, attended by 2 guards only, in walked Nilipta. The cushion could not be recalled. It missed the girl and hit one of the guards on the head, but I instantly and ineffectually tried to look as though I had not thrown it. Good ceased his sighing and began to murder Zuvendi at the top of his voice, and Sir Henry whistled and looked silly. As for the poor girls, they were utterly dumbfounded. And Nyleptha, she drew herself up till her frame seemed to tower even above. that of the tall guards, and her face went first red and then pale as death. "Guards," she said in a quiet, choked voice, and pointing at the fair but unconscious disciple of Wackford Squares, "slay me that woman." The men hesitated, as well they might. "Will you do my bidding," she said again in the same voice, "or will you not?" Then they advanced upon the girl with uplifted spears. By this time Sir Henry had recovered himself, and saw that the comedy was likely to turn into a tragedy. "Stand back," he said in the voice of thunder, at the same time getting in front of the terrified girl. "Shame on thee, Neletha! Shame on thee, Nalapetha! Shame! Thou shalt not kill her. Doubtless thou hast good reason to try to protect her. Thou couldst hardly do less in honor," answered the infuriated queen, "but she shall die, she shall die." And she stamped her little foot. "It is well," he answered. "Then will I die with her. I am thy servant, O queen. Do with me even as thou wilt." And he bowed towards her and fixed his clear eyes contemptuously on her face. "I could wish to slay thee too," she answered, "for thou dost make a mock of me." And then, feeling that she was mastered, and I suppose not knowing what else to do, she burst into such a storm of tears, and looked so royally lovely in her passionate distress, that, old as I am, I must say I envied Curtis his task of supporting her. It was rather odd to see him holding her in his arms, considering what had just passed, a thought that seemed to occur to herself, for presently she wrenched herself free and went, leaving us all much disturbed. Presently, however, one of the guards returned with a message to the girls that they were, on pain of death, to leave the city and return to their homes in the country, and that no further harm would come to them. And accordingly they went, one of them remarking philosophically that it could not be helped, and that it was a satisfaction to know that they had taught us a little serviceable zu vindi. Mine was an exceedingly nice girl, and, overlooking the cockroach, I made her a present of my favorite lucky sixpence with a hole in it when she went away. After that our former masters resumed their course of instruction, needless to say to my great relief. That night, when in fear and trembling we attended the royal supper table, we found that Nylitha was laid up with a bad headache. That headache lasted for 3 whole days, but on the 4th she was present at supper as usual, and with the most gracious and sweet smile gave Sir Henry her hand to lead her to the table. No allusion was made to the little affair described above, beyond her saying, with a charming air of innocence, that when she came to see us at our studies the other day she had been seized with a giddiness from which she had only now recovered. She supposed, she added with a touch of the humor that was common to her, that it was the sight of people working so hard which had affected her. In reply, Sir Henry said dryly that he had thought she did not look quite herself on that day, whereat she flashed one of those quick glances of hers at him, which, if he had the feelings of a man, must have gone through him like a knife, and the subject dropped entirely. Indeed, after supper was over, Nylipta condescended to put us through an examination to see what we had learnt, and to express herself well satisfied with the results. Indeed, she proceeded to give us, especially Sir Henry, a lesson on her own account, and very interesting we found it. And all the while that we talked, or rather tried to talk, and laughed, Sorais would sit there in her carven ivory chair, and look at us and read us all like a book, only from time to time saying a few words, and smiling that quick, ominous smile of hers which was more like a flash of summer lightning on a dark cloud than anything else. And as near to her as he dared would sit good, worshipping through his eyeglass, for he really was getting seriously devoted to this somber beauty, of whom, speaking personally, I felt terribly afraid. I watched her keenly, and soon I found out that for all her apparent impassibility, she was at heart bitterly jealous of Nyleptha. Another thing I found out, and the discovery filled me with dismay, and that was that she also was growing devoted to Sir Henry Curtis. Of course I could not be sure. It is not easy to read so cold and haughty a woman, but I noticed one or two little things, and, as elephant hunters know, dried grass shows which way the wind has set. And so another 3 months passed over us, by which time we had all attained to a very considerable mastery of the Zu-Vendi language, which is an easy one to learn. And as the time went on, we became great favorites with the people, and even with the courtiers, gaining an enormous reputation for cleverness, because, as I think I have said, Sir Henry was able to show them how to make glass, which was a national want, and also, by the help of a 20-year almanac that we had with us, to predict various heavenly combinations which were quite unsuspected by the native astronomers. We even succeeded in demonstrating the principle of the steam engine to a gathering of the learned men, who were filled with amazement, and several other things of the same sort we did. And so it came about that the people made up their minds that we must on no account be allowed to go out of the country, which indeed was an apparent impossibility, even if we had wished it, and we were advanced to great honor and made officers to the bodyguards of the sister queens, while permanent quarters were assigned to us in the palace, and our opinion was asked upon questions of national policy. But blue as the sky seemed, there was a cloud, and a big one, on the horizon. We had indeed heard no more of those confounded hippopotami, but it is not on that account to be supposed that our sacrilege was forgotten, or the enmity of the great and powerful priesthood headed by Aggan appeased. On the contrary, it was burning the more fiercely because it was necessarily suppressed, and what had perhaps begun in bigotry was ending in downright direct hatred born of jealousy. Hitherto, the priests had been the wise men of the land, and were on this account, as well as from superstitious causes, looked on with peculiar veneration. But our arrival, with our outlandish wisdom and our strange inventions and hints of unimagined things, dealt a serious blow to this state of affairs, and, among the educated Zu-Vendi, went far towards destroying the priestly prestige. A still worse affront to them, however, was the favor with which we were regarded, and the trust that was reposed in us. All these things tended to make us excessively obnoxious to the great sacerdotal clan, the most powerful because the most united faction in the kingdom. Another source of imminent danger to us was the rising envy of some of the great lords headed by Nasta, whose antagonism to us had at best been but thinly veiled, and which now threatened to break out into open flame. Nasta had for some years been a candidate for Nyleptha's hand in marriage, and when we appeared on the scene, I fancy, from all I could gather, that though there were still many obstacles in his path, success was by no means out of his reach. But now all this had changed. The coy Nyleptha smiled no more in his direction, and he was not slow to guess the cause. Infuriated and alarmed, he turned his attention to Sirius, only to find that he might as well try to woo a mountainside. With a bitter jest or two about his fickleness, that door was closed on him forever. So Nasta bethought himself of the 30,000 wild swordsmen who would pour down at his bidding through the northern mountain passes, and no doubt vowed to adorn the gates of Molossus with our heads. But first he determined, as I learned, to make one more attempt and to demand the hand of Nyleptha in the open court after the formal annual ceremony of the signing of the laws that had been proclaimed by the queens during the year. Of this astounding fact, Nyleptha heard with simulated nonchalance, and with a little trembling of the voice herself, informed us of it as we sat at supper on the night preceding the great ceremony of the law-giving. Sir Henry bit his lip, and do what he could to prevent it plainly showed his agitation. "And what answer will the Queen be pleased to give to the great lord?" asked I, in a jesting manner. "Answer, Macumazahn, for we had elected to pass by our Zulu names in Zu Vendes," she said with a pretty shrug of her ivory shoulder. "Nay, I know not. What is a poor woman to do when the wooer has 30,000 swords wherewith to urge his love?" And from under her long lashes she glanced at Curtis. Just then we rose from the table to adjourn into another room. "Quatermain, a word, quick," said Sir Henry to me. "Listen, I have never spoken about it, but surely you have guessed. I love Nyleptha. What am I to do?" Fortunately, I had more or less already taken the question into consideration, and was therefore able to give such answer as seemed the wisest to me. "You must speak to Nyleptha tonight," I said. "Now is your time, now or never. Listen. In the sitting chamber get near to her and whisper to her to meet you at midnight by the Radamas statue at the end of the great hall. I will keep watch for you there. Now or never, Curtis." We passed on into the other room. Nyleptha was sitting, her hands before her, and a sad, anxious look upon her lovely face. A little way off was Sorais talking to Good in her slow measured tones. The time went on. In another quarter of an hour I knew that, according to their habit, the queens would retire. As yet Sir Henry had had no chance of saying a word in private. Indeed, though we saw much of the royal sisters, it was by no means easy to see them alone. I racked my brains, and at last an idea came to me. "Will the Queen be pleased," I said, bowing low before Sorais, "to sing to her servants? Our hearts are heavy this night. Sing to us, O Lady of the Night," Soris's favorite name among the people. "My songs, Macumazahn, are not such as to lighten the heavy heart, yet will I sing, if it pleases thee," she answered. And she rose and went a few paces to a table whereon lay an instrument not unlike a zither, and struck a few wandering chords. And suddenly, like the notes of some deep-throated bird, her rounded voice rang out in song so wildly sweet, and yet with so eerie and sad a refrain, that it made the very blood stand still. Up, up soared the golden notes, that seemed to melt far away, and then to grow again and travel on, laden with all the sorrow of the world, and all the despair of the lost. It was a marvelous song, but I had not time to listen to it properly. However, I got the words of it afterwards, and here is a translation of its burden, so far as it admits of being translated at all. Soris song, as a desolate bird that through darkness its lost way is winging, as a hand that is helplessly raised when death's sickle is swinging, so is life, aye, the life that lends passion and breath to my singing, as the nightingale's song that is full of a sweetness unspoken, as a spirit unbarring the gates of the skies for a token, so is love, aye, the love that shall fall when his pinion is broken. As the tramp of the legions when trumpets their challenge are sending, as the shout of the storm god when lightnings the black sky are rending, so is power, ay, the power that shall lie in the dust at its ending. So short is our life, yet with space for all things to forsake us, a bitter delusion, a dream from which naught can awake us, till death's dogging footsteps at morn or at eve shall o'ertake us. Refrain. Oh, the world is fair at the dawning, but the red sun sinks in blood. The red sun sinks in blood. I only wish that I could write down the music too. Now, Curtis, now, I whispered, when she began the second verse and turned my back. Nyliptha, he said, for my nerves were so much on the stretch that I could hear every word, low as it was spoken, even through Sirius's divine notes. Nyliptha, I must speak with thee this night. Upon my life, I must. Say me not nay. Oh, say me not nay. How can I speak with thee? She answered, looking fixedly before her. Queens are not like other people. I am surrounded and watched. Listen, Nylepetha, thus. I will be before the statue of Radamas in the great hall at midnight. I have the countersign and can pass in. Macumazahn will be there to keep guard, and with him the Zulu. Oh, come, my queen, deny me not. It is not seemly, she murmured, and tomorrow. Just then the music began to die in the last wail of the refrain, and Sarais slowly turned her round. I will be there, said Nyleptha hurriedly. On thy life see that thou fail me not. Chapter 16. Before the Statue. It was night-dead night, and the silence lay on the frowning city like a cloud. Secretly, as evildoers, Sir Henry Curtis, Umslopogaas, and myself threaded our way through the passages towards a by-entrance to the great throne chamber. Once we were met by the fierce, rattling challenge of the sentry. I gave the countersign, and the man grounded his spear and let us pass. Also, we were officers of the Queen's bodyguard, and in that capacity had a right to come and go unquestioned. We gained the hall in safety. So empty and so still was it that even when we had passed the sound of our footsteps yet echoed up the lofty walls, vibrating faintly and still more faintly against the carven roof, like ghosts of the footsteps of dead men haunting the place that once they trod. It was an eerie spot, and it oppressed me. The moon was full, and threw great pencils and patches of light through the high windowless openings in the walls. That lay pure and beautiful upon the blackness of the marble floor, like white flowers on a coffin. One of these silver arrows fell upon the statue of the sleeping Radamas, and of the angel form bent over him, illumining it, and a small circle round it, with a soft clear light, reminding me of that with which Catholics illumine the altars of their cathedrals. Here by the statue we took our stand, and waited. Sir Henry and I close together, Umslopogaas some paces off in the darkness, so that I could only just make out his towering outline leaning on the outline of an axe. So long did we wait that I almost fell asleep resting against the cold marble, but was suddenly aroused by hearing Curtis give a quick catching breath. Then from far away there came a little sound as though the statues that lined the walls were whispering to each other some message of the ages. It was the faint sweep of a lady's dress. Nearer it grew, and nearer yet. We could see a figure steal from patch to patch of moonlight, and even hear the soft fall of sandaled feet. Another second, and I saw the black silhouette of the old Zulu raise its arm in mute salute, and Nyleptha was before us. Oh, how beautiful she looked as she paused a moment just within the circle of the moonlight. Her hand was pressed upon her heart, and her white bosom heaved beneath it. Round her head a broidered scarf was loosely thrown, partially shadowing the perfect face, and thus rendering it even more lovely. For beauty, dependent as it is to a certain extent upon the imagination, is never so beautiful as when it is half hid. There she stood radiant, but half doubting, stately and yet so sweet. It was but a moment, but I then and there fell in love with her myself, and have remained so to this hour, for indeed she looked more like an angel out of heaven than a loving, passionate, mortal woman. Lo, we bowed before her, and then she spoke. I have come, she whispered, but it was at great risk. Ye know not how I am watched. The priests watch me. Sorus watches me with those great eyes of hers. My very guards are spies upon me. Nasta watches me too. Oh, let him be careful. And she stamped her foot. Let him be careful. I am a woman, and therefore hard to drive. Ay, and I'm a queen too, and can still avenge. Let him be careful, I say, lest in place of giving him my hand, I take his head. And she ended the outburst with a little sob, and then smiled up at us bewitchingly and laughed. Thou didst bid me come hither, my lord Incubo. Curtis had taught her to call him so. Doubtless it is about business of the state, for I know that thou art ever full of great ideas and plans for my welfare and my people's. So even as a queen should I have come, though I greatly fear the dark alone. And again she laughed and gave him a glance from her gray eyes. At this point, I thought it wise to move a little, since secrets of the state should not be made public property. But she would not let me go far, peremptorily stopping me within 5 yards or so, saying that she feared surprise. So it came to pass that, however unwillingly, I heard all that passed. Thou knowest, Nyleptha, said Sir Henry, that it was for none of these things that I asked thee to meet me at this lonely place. Nyleptha, waste not the time in pleasantry, but listen to me, for I love thee. As he said the words, I saw her face break up as it were, and change. The coquetry went out of it, and in its place there shone a great light of love, which seemed to glorify it, and make it like that of the marble angel overhead. I could not help thinking that it must have been a touch of prophetic instinct which made the long-dead Radamas limn, in the features of the angel of his inspiring vision, so strange a likeness of his own descendant. Sir Henry, also, must have observed and been struck by the likeness, for, catching the look upon Nyleptha's face, he glanced quickly from it to the moonlit statue, and then back again at his beloved. Thou sayest thou dost love me, she said in a low voice, and thy voice rings true, but how am I to know that thou dost speak the truth? Though, she went on with proud humility, and in the stately third person which is so largely used by the Zu-Vendi, I be as nothing in the eyes of my lord, and she curtsied towards him, who comes from among a wonderful people, to whom my people are but children, yet here am I a queen and a leader of men, and if I would go to battle 100,000 spears shall sparkle in my train like stars glimmering down the path of the moon. And although my beauty be a little thing in the eyes of my lord, and she lifted her broidered skirt and curtsied again, yet here among my own people am I held right fair, and ever since I was a woman, the great lords of my kingdom have made quarrel. Concerning me, as though forsooth, she added with a flash of passion, I were a deer to be pulled down by the hungriest wolf, or a horse to be sold to the highest bidder. Let my lord pardon me if I weary my lord, but it hath pleased my lord to say that he loves me, Nyipha, a queen of the Zu-Vendi, and therefore would I say that though my love and my hand be not much to my lord, yet to me are they all. Oh, she cried, with a sudden and thrilling change of voice, and modifying her dignified mode of address. Oh, how can I know that thou lovest but me? How can I know that thou wilt not weary of me and seek thine own place again, leaving me desolate? Who is there to tell me but that thou lovest some other woman, some fair woman unknown to me, but who yet draws breath beneath the same moon that shines on me tonight? Tell me, how am I to know? And she clasped her hands and stretched them out towards him and looked appealingly into his face. Nyleptha, answered Sir Henry, adopting the Zu-Vendi way of speech, I have told thee that I love thee. How am I to tell thee how much I love thee? Is there then a measure for love? Yet will I try. I say not that I have never looked upon another woman with favor, but this I say, that I love thee with all my life and with all my strength, that I love thee now and shall love thee till I grow cold and deaf, aye, and as I believe beyond my death, and on forever. I say that thy voice is music to my ear, and thy touch as water to a thirsty land, that when thou art there the world is beautiful, and when I see thee not, it is as the light was dead. O Nyleptha, I will never leave thee. Here and now, for thy dear sake, I will forget my people, and my father's house. Yea, I renounce them all. By thy side will I live, Nyleptha, and at thy side will I die. He paused and gazed at her earnestly, but she hung her head like a lily, and said never a word. Look, he went on, pointing to the statue on which the moonlight played so brightly. Thou seest that angel woman who rests her hand upon the forehead of the sleeping man, and thou seest how at her touch his soul flames up and shines out through his flesh, even as a lamp at the touch of the fire. So is it with me and thee, Nyleptha. Thou hast awakened my soul and called it forth, and now, Nyleptha, it is not mine, but thine and thine only. There is no more for me to say. In thy hands is my life. And he leaned back against the pedestal of the statue, looking very pale, and his eyes shining, but proud and handsome as a god. Slowly, slowly she raised her head and fixed her wonderful eyes, all alight with the greatness of her passion, full upon his face, as though to read his very soul. Then at last she spoke, low indeed, but clearly as a silver bell. Of a truth, weak woman that I am, I do believe thee. Ill will be the day for thee. And for me also, if it be my fate to learn that I have believed a lie. And now hearken to me, O man, who hath wandered here from far to steal my heart and make me all thine own. I put my hand upon thy hand thus, and thus I, whose lips have never kissed before, do kiss thee on the brow. And now by my hand and by that first and holy kiss, I by my people's weal and by my throne, that like enough I shall lose for thee by the name of my high house, by the sacred stone, and by the eternal majesty of the sun, I swear that for thee will I live and die. And I swear that I will love thee and thee only till death, aye and beyond, if as by aspe at the big God, the hats being iconic. O see, my lord, thou knowest not how humble is she who loves. I, who am a queen, I kneel before thee, even at thy feet I do my homage. And the lovely impassioned creature flung herself down on her knees on the cold marble before him. And after that I really do not know, for I could stand it no longer, and cleared off to refresh myself with a little of old Umslopoga's society, leaving them to settle it their own way. And a very long time they were about it. I found the old warrior leaning on Inkosi Caius as usual, and surveying the scene in the patch of moonlight with a grim smile of amusement. "Ah, Macumazahn," he said, "I suppose it is because I am getting old, but I don't think that I shall ever learn to understand the ways of you white people. Look there now, I pray thee, they are a pretty pair of doves, but what is all the fuss about, Macumazahn? He wants a wife, and she wants a husband. Then why does he not pay his cows down, 18, like a man, and have done with it? It would save a deal of trouble, and we should have had our night's sleep. But there they go, talk, 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 and kiss, kiss, kiss like mad things. Ugh." 18. Alluding to the Zulu custom, AQ. Some 3/4 of an hour afterwards, the pair of doves came strolling towards us, Curtis looking slightly silly, and Nyleptha remarking calmly that the moonlight made very pretty effects on the marble. Then, for she was in a most gracious mood, she took my hand and said that I was her lord's dear friend, and therefore most dear to her. Not a word for my own sake, you see. Next she lifted Umslopoga's axe and examined it curiously, saying significantly as she did so that he might soon have cause to use it in defense of her. After that she nodded prettily to us all, and casting a tender glance at her lover, glided off into the darkness like a beautiful vision. When we got back to our quarters, which we did without accident, Curtis asked me jocularly what I was thinking about. "I am wondering," I answered, "on what principle it is arranged that some people should find beautiful queens to fall in love with them, while others find nobody at all, or worse than nobody. And I am also wondering how many brave men's lives this night's work will cost. It was rather nasty of me, perhaps, but somehow all the feelings do not evaporate with age, and I could not help being a little jealous of my old friend's luck. Vanity, my sons, vanity of vanities." On the following morning, Good was informed of the happy occurrence, and positively rippled with smiles that, originating somewhere about the mouth, slowly traveled up his face like the rings in a duck pond till they flowed over the brim of his eyeglass and went where sweet smiles go. The fact of the matter, however, was that not only was Good rejoiced about the thing on its own merits, but also for personal reasons. He adored Saris quite as earnestly as Sir Henry adored Nyhepa, and his adoration had not altogether prospered. Indeed, it had seemed to him, and to me also, that the dark Cleopatra-like queen favored Curtis in her own curious inscrutable way much more than Good. Therefore it was a relief to him to learn that his unconscious rival was permanently and satisfactorily attached in another direction. His face fell a little, however, when he was told that the whole thing was to be kept as secret as the dead, above all from Sarais for the present, inasmuch as the political convulsion which would follow such an announcement at the moment would be altogether too great to face, and would very possibly, if prematurely made, shake Nyleptha from her throne. That morning we again attended in the throne hall, and I could not help smiling to myself when I compared the visit to our last, and reflecting that, if walls could speak, they would have strange tales to tell. What actresses women are! There, high upon her golden throne, draped in her blazoned calf or robe of state, sat the fair Nyleptha, and when Sir Henry came in a little late, dressed in the full uniform of an officer of her guard, and humbly bent himself before her, she merely acknowledged his salute with a careless nod. and turned her head coldly aside. It was a very large court, for not only did the signing of the laws attract many outside of those whose duty it was to attend, but also the rumor that Nasta was going to publicly ask the hand of Nalateta in marriage had gone abroad, with the result that the great hall was crowded to its utmost capacity. There were our friends the priests in force, headed by Agin, who regarded us with a vindictive eye, and a most imposing band they were, with their long white embroidered robes girt with a golden chain from which hung the fish-like scales. There, too, were a number of the lords, each with a band of brilliantly attired attendants, and prominent among them was Nasta, stroking his black beard meditatively and looking unusually pleasant. It was a splendid and impressive sight, especially when the officer, after having read out each law, handed them to the queens to sign, whereon the trumpets blared out, and the queens grounded their spears with a crash in salute. This reading and signing of the laws took a long time, but at length it came to an end. The last one. Reciting that, whereas distinguished strangers, etc., and proceeding to confer on the three of us the rank of lords, together with certain military commands and large estates bestowed by the Queen. When it was read, the trumpets blared and the spears clashed down as usual, but I saw some of the lords turn and whisper to each other, while Nasta ground his teeth. They did not like the favor that was shown to us, which under all the circumstances was not perhaps unnatural. Then there came a pause, and Nasta stepped forward and, bowing humbly, though with no humility in his eye, craved a boon at the hands of the queen, Nyleptha. Nyleptha turned a little pale, but bowed graciously, and prayed the well-beloved lord to speak on. Whereon, in a few straightforward soldier-like words, he asked her hand in marriage. Then, before she could find words to answer, the high priest Agon took up the tale and in a speech of real eloquence and power pointed out the many advantages of the proposed alliance, how it would consolidate the kingdom, for Nasta's dominions, of which he was virtually king, were to Zuvendis much what Scotland used to be to England, how it would gratify the wild mountaineers and be popular among the soldiery, for Nasta was a famous general, how it would set her dynasty firmly on the throne, and would gain the blessing and approval of the son, yea, of the office of the Theod. Edit. Many of his arguments were undoubtedly valid, and there was, looking at it from a political point of view, everything to be said for the marriage. But unfortunately it is difficult to play the game of politics with the persons of young and lovely queens, as though they were ivory effigies of themselves on a chessboard. Nyleptha's face, while Agin spouted away, was a perfect study. She smiled indeed, but beneath the smile it set like a stone, and her eyes began to flash ominously. At last he stopped, and she prepared herself to answer. Before she did so, however, Sorais leant towards her and said in a voice sufficiently loud for me to catch what she said, "Bethink thee well, my sister, ere thou dost speak, for methinks that our thrones may hang upon thy words." Nyleptha made no answer, and with a shrug and a smile, Sorais leant back again and listened. "Of a truth, a great honor has been done to me," she said, "that my poor hand should not only have been asked in marriage, but that Agon here should be so swift to pronounce the blessing of the sun upon my union. Methinks that in another minute he would have wed us fast ere the bride had said her say. Nasta, I thank thee, and I will bethink me of thy words. But now as yet I have no mind for marriage, that is a cup of which none know the taste until they begin to drink it. Again, I thank thee, Nasta." And she made as though she would rise. The great lord's face turned almost as black as his beard with fury, for he knew. that the worth amounted to a final refusal of his suit. "Thanks be to the Queen for her gracious words," he said, restraining himself with difficulty and looking anything but grateful. "My heart shall surely treasure them. And now I crave another boon, namely, the royal leave to withdraw myself to my own poor cities in the north till such time as the Queen shall say my suit nay or yea. Mayhap," he added with a sneer, "the Queen will be pleased to visit me there, and to bring with her these stranger lords," and he scowled darkly towards us. "It is but a poor country, and a rough, but we are a hardy race of mountaineers, and there shall be gathered 30,000 swordsmen to shout a welcome to her." This speech, which was almost a declaration of rebellion, was received in complete silence, but Nyleptha flushed up and answered it with spirit. "Oh, surely, Nasta, I will come, and the strange lords in my train, and for every man of thy mountaineers who calls thee prince, will I bring too from the lowlands who call me queen, and we will see which is the staunchest breed. Till then, farewell." The trumpets blared out, the queens rose, and the great assembly broke up in murmuring confusion. And for myself, I went home with a heavy heart, foreseeing civil war. After this, there was quiet for a few weeks. Curtis and the Queen did not often meet, and exercised the utmost caution not to allow the true relation in which they stood to each other to leak out. But do what they would, rumors as hard to trace as a buzzing fly in a dark room, and yet quite as audible, began to hum round, and at last to settle on her throne. Chapter 17. The Storm Breaks. And now it was that the trouble, which at first had been but a cloud as large as a man's hand, began to loom very black and big upon our horizon, namely, Sora's preference for Sir Henry. I saw the storm drawing nearer and nearer, and so, poor fellow, did he. The affection of so lovely and highly placed a woman was not a thing that could in a general way be considered a calamity by any man, but, situated as Curtis was, it was a grievous burden to bear. To begin with, Nyleptha, though altogether charming, was, it must be admitted, of a rather jealous disposition, and was sometimes apt to visit on her lover's head her indignation at the marks of what Alphonse would have called the distinguished consideration with which her royal sister favored him. Then the enforced secrecy of his relation to Nylepthia prevented Curtis from taking some opportunity of putting a stop, or trying to put a stop, to this false condition of affairs by telling Sorius in a casual but confidential way that he was going to marry her sister. A third sting in Sir Henry's honey was that he knew that Good was honestly and sincerely attached to the ominous-looking but most attractive lady of the night. Indeed, poor Bougon was wasting himself to a shadow of his fat and jolly self about her, his face getting so thin that his eyeglass would scarcely stick in it, while she, with a sort of careless coquetry, just gave him encouragement enough to keep him going, thinking, no doubt, that he might be useful as a stalking horse. I tried to give him a hint, in as delicate a way as I could, but he flew into a huff and would not listen to me, so I was determined to let ill alone, for fear of making it worse. Poor Good! He really was very ludicrous in his distress, and went in for all sorts of absurdities, under the belief that he was advancing his suit. One of them was the writing with the assistance of one of the grave and revered seniors who instructed us, and who, whatever may have been the measure of his erudition, did not understand how to scan a line of a most interminable Zuvendi love song, of which the continually recurring refrain was something about "I will kiss thee, oh yes, I will kiss thee." Now among the zoo. Vendi, it is a common and most harmless thing for young men to serenade ladies at night, as I believe they do in the southern countries of Europe, and sing all sorts of nonsensical songs to them. The young men may or may not be serious, but no offense is meant and none is taken, even by ladies of the highest rank, who accept the whole thing as an English girl would a gracefully turned compliment. Availing himself of this custom, Good bethought him that he would serenade Ceres, whose private apartments, together with those of her maidens, were exactly opposite our own, on the further side of a narrow courtyard, which divided one section of the great palace from another. Accordingly, having armed himself with a native zither, on which, being an adept with the light guitar, he had easily learned to strum, he proceeded at midnight, the fashionable hour for this sort of caterwauling, to make night hideous with his amorous yells. I was fast asleep when they began, but they soon woke me up for good. Possesses a tremendous voice, and has no notion of time, and I ran to my window place to see what was the matter. And there, standing in the full moonlight in the courtyard, I perceived Good, adorned with an enormous ostrich feather headdress and a flowing silken cloak, which it is the right thing to wear upon these occasions, and shouting out the abominable song which he and the old gentleman had evolved, to a jerky, jingling accompaniment. From the direction of the quarters of the maids of honor came a succession of faint sniggerings, but the apartments of Ceres herself, whom I devoutly pitied if she happened to be there, were silent as the grave. There was absolutely no end to that awful song, with its eternal "I will kiss thee," and at last neither I nor Sir Henry, whom I had summoned to enjoy the sight, could stand it any longer. So, remembering the dear old story, I put my head to the window opening and shouted, "For heaven's sake, Good, don't go on talking about it, but kiss her and let's all go to sleep." That choked him off, and we had no more serenading. The whole thing formed a laughable incident in a tragic business. How deeply thankful we ought to be that even the most serious matters have generally a silver lining about them in the shape of a joke, if only people could see it. The sense of humor is a very valuable possession in life, and ought to be cultivated in the board schools, especially in Scotland. Well, the more Sir Henry held off, the more Ceres came on, as is not uncommon in such cases, till at last things got very queer indeed. Evidently she was, by some strange perversity of mind, quite blinded to the true state of the case, and I, for one, greatly dreaded the moment of her awakening. Ceres was a dangerous woman to be mixed up with, either with or without one's consent. At last the evil moment came, as I saw it must come. One fine day, Good having gone out hawking, Sir Henry and I were sitting quietly talking over the situation, especially with reference to Ceres, when a court messenger arrived with a written note, which we with some difficulty deciphered, and which was to effect that the Queen Ceres commanded the attendance of the Lord Incubu in her private apartments, whither he would be conducted by the bearer. "Oh, my word!" groaned Sir Henry. "Can't you go instead, old fellow?" "Not if I know it," I said with vigor. "I had rather face a wounded elephant with a shotgun. Take care of your own business, my boy. If you will be so fascinating, you must take the consequences. I would not be in your place for an empire. You remind me of when I was going to be flogged at school, and the other boys came to console me," he said gloomily. "What right has this queen to command my attendance, I should like to know? I won't go." "But you must. You are one of her officers and bound to obey her, and she knows it. And after all, it will soon be over." "That's just what they used to say," he said again. "I only hope she won't put a knife into me. I believe that she is quite capable of it." And off he started, very faint-heartedly, and no wonder. I sat and waited, and at the end of about 45 minutes he returned, looking a good deal worse than when he went. "Give me something to drink," he said hoarsely. I got him a cup of wine and asked what was the matter. "What is the matter? Why, if ever there was trouble, there's trouble now. You know when I left you? Well, I was shown straight into Cerace's private chamber, and a wonderful place it is, and there she sat, quite alone, upon a silken couch at the end of the room, playing gently upon that zither of hers. I stood before her, and for a while she took no notice of me, but kept on playing and singing a little. And very sweet music it was. At last she looked up and smiled. "So thou art come," she said. "I thought perchance thou hadst gone about the Queen Nyleptha's business. Thou art ever on her business, and I doubt not a good servant and a true." To this I merely bowed and said I was there to receive the Queen's word. "Ah, yes, I would talk with thee, but be thou seated. It wearies me to look so high." And she made room for me beside her on the couch, placing herself with her back against the end, so as to have a view of my face. "It is not meet," I said, "that I should make myself equal with the Queen." "I said be seated," was her answer, so I sat down, and she began to look at me with those dark eyes of hers. There she sat like an incarnate spirit of beauty, hardly talking at all, and when she did, very low, but all the while looking at me. There was a white flower in her black hair, and I tried to keep my eyes on it and count the petals, but it was of no use. At last, whether it was her gaze or the perfume in her hair, or what I do not know, but I almost felt as though I was being mesmerized. At last she roused herself. "Enkibu," she said, "lovest thou power?" I replied that I supposed all men loved power of one sort or another. "Thou shalt have it," she said. "Lovest thou wealth?" I said I liked wealth for what it brought. "Thou shalt have it," she said. "And lovest thou beauty?" To this I replied that I was very fond of statuary and architecture, or something silly of that sort, at which she frowned, and there was a pause. By this time my nerves were on such a stretch that I was shaking like a leaf. I knew that something awful was going to happen, but she held me under a kind of spell, and I could not help myself. "Enubu," she said at length, "wouldst thou be a king?" "Listen, wouldst thou be a king? Behold, stranger, I am minded to make thee king of all Zu Vendis, I and husband of Sorias of the night. Nay, peace and hear me. To no man among my people had I thus opened out my secret heart, but thou art an outlander, and therefore I speak without shame, knowing all I have to offer, and how hard it had been thee to ask. See, a crown lies at thy feet, my lord, Incubu, and with that fortune a woman whom some have wished to woo. Now mayest thou answer, O my chosen, and soft shall thy words fall upon mine ears." "O Sorius," I said, "I pray thee speak not thus. You see I had not time to pick and choose my words, for this thing cannot be. I am betrothed to thy sister." Nyleptha, O Soris, and I love her and her alone. Next moment, it struck me that I had said an awful thing, and I looked up to see the results. When I spoke, Saras's face was hidden in her hands, and as my words reached her she slowly raised it, and I shrank back dismayed. It was ashy white, and her eyes were flaming. She rose to her feet and seemed to be choking, but the awful thing was that she was so quiet about it all. Once she looked at a side table, on which lay a dagger, and from it to me, as though she thought of killing me, but she did not take it up. At last she spoke one word, and one only, "Go." And I went, and glad enough I was to get out of it, and here I am. "Give me another cup of wine, there's a good fellow, and tell me what is to be done," I shook my head, for the affair was indeed serious. As one of the poets says, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, more especially if the woman is a queen and a Sorace, and indeed I feared the very worst, including imminent danger to ourselves. Nylittha had better be told of this at once, I said, and perhaps I had better tell her. She might receive your account with suspicion. Who is captain of her guard tonight? I went on. Good. Very well then, there will be no chance of her being got at. Don't look surprised. I don't think that her sister would stick at that. I suppose one must tell good of what has happened. Oh, I don't know, said Sir Henry. It would hurt his feelings, poor fellow. You see, he takes a lively personal interest in Sorais. That's true, and after all, perhaps there is no need to tell him. He will find out the truth soon enough. Now, you mark my words, Sorais will throw in her lot with Nasta, who is sulking up in the north there, and there will be such a war as has not been known in Zuvendis for centuries. Look there, and I pointed to 2 court messengers who were speeding away from the door of Sorais's private apartments. Now follow me, and I ran up a stairway into an outlook tower that rose from the roof of our quarters, taking the spyglass with me, and looked out over the palace wall. The first thing we saw was one of the messengers speeding towards the temple, bearing, without any doubt, the queen's word to the high priest Agan. But for the other I searched in vain. Presently, however, I spied a horseman riding furiously through the northern gate of the city, and in him I recognized the other messenger. Ah, I said, Sorais is a woman of spirit. She is acting at once and will strike quick and hard. You have insulted her, my boy, and the blood will flow in rivers before the stain is washed away, and yours with it, if she can get hold of you. Well, I'm off to Nylepetha. Just you stop where you are, old fellow, and try to get your nerves straight again. You'll need them all, I can tell you, unless I have observed human nature in the rough for 50 years, for nothing. And off I went accordingly. I gained audience of the queen without trouble. She was expecting Curtis, and was not best pleased to see my mahogany-colored face instead. Is there aught wrong with my lord Macumazahn that he waits not upon me? Say, is he sick? I said that he was well enough, and then, without further ado, I plunged into my story and told it from beginning to end. Oh, what a rage she flew into! It was a sight to see her. She looked so lovely. How darest thou come to me with such a tale? She cried. It is a lie to say that my lord was making love to Sorais, my sister. Pardon me, O queen, I answered. I said that Sorais was making love to thy lord. Spin me no spider's webs of words. Is not the thing the same thing? The one giveth, the other taketh, but the gift passes, and what matters it which is the most guilty? Sorais, oh, I hate her. Sorais is a queen and my sister. She had not stooped so low had he not shown the way. Oh, truly hath the poet said that man is like a snake, whom to touch is poison, and whom none can hold. The remark, O queen, is excellent, but methinks thou hast misread the poet. Nylittha, I went on, thou'st well that thy words are empty foolishness, and that this is no time for folly. How darest thou? she broke in, stamping her foot. Haste, my false lord sent thee to me to insult me also? Who art thou, stranger, that thou shouldst speak to me, the queen, after this sort? How darest thou? Yea, I dare. Listen. The moments which thou dost waste in idle anger may well cost thee thy crown, and all of us our lives. Already Sorais's horsemen go forth and call to arms. In 3 days' time Nasta will rouse himself in his fastnesses like a lion in the evening, and his growling will be heard throughout the north. The lady of the night, Sorais, hath a sweet voice, and she will not sing in vain. Her banner will be borne from range to range and valley to valley, and warriors will spring up in its track like dust beneath a whirlwind. Half the army will echo her war cry, and in every town and hamlet of this wide land the priests will call out against the foreigner and will preach her cause as holy. I have spoken, O Queen! Nyleptha was quite calm now. Her jealous anger had passed, and putting off the character of a lovely, headstrong lady with the rapidity and completeness that distinguished her, she put on that of a queen and a woman of business. The transformation was sudden but entire. Thy words are very wise, Macumazahn. Forgive me my folly. Ah, what a queen I should be if only I had no heart. To be heartless, that is to conquer all. Passion is like the lightning, it is beautiful, and it links the earth to heaven, but alas, it blinds. And thou thinkest that my sister Sorais would levy war upon me. So be it. She shall not prevail against me. I too have my friends and my retainers. There are many, I say, who will shout, Nyleptha, when my pennon runs up on peak and pinnacle, and the light of my beacon fires leaps tonight from crag to crag, bearing the message of my war. I will break her strength and scatter her armies. Eternal. Night shall be the portion of Sorais of the night. Give me that parchment and the ink. So, now summon the officer in the anteroom. He is a trusty man. I did as I was bid. And the man, a veteran and quiet-looking gentleman of the guard, named Kara, entered, bowing low. Take this parchment, said Nyleptha. It is thy warrant, and guard every place of in and outgoing in the apartments of my sister Sorais, the lady of the night, and a queen of the Zu-Vendi. Let none come in and none go out, or thy life shall pay the cost. The man looked startled, but he merely said, The queen's word be done, and departed. Then Nyleptha sent a messenger to Sir Henry, and presently he arrived looking uncommonly uncomfortable. I thought that another outburst was about to follow, but wonderful are the ways of woman. She said not a word about Sorais and his supposed inconstancy, greeting him with a friendly nod and stating simply that she required his advice upon high matters. All the same, there was a look in her eye and a sort of suppressed energy in her manner towards him that makes me think that she had not forgotten the affair, but was keeping it for a private occasion. Just after Curtis arrived, the officer returned and reported that Sorais was gone. The bird had flown to the temple, stating that she was going, as was sometimes the custom among Zu-Vendi ladies of rank, to spend the night in meditation before the altar. We looked at each other significantly. The blow had fallen very soon. Then we set to work. Generals who could be trusted were summoned from their quarters, and as much of the state affairs as was thought desirable was told to each, strict injunctions being given to them to get all their available force together. The same was done with such of the more powerful lords as Nyleptha knew she could rely on, several of whom left that very day for distant parts of the country to gather up their tribesmen and retainers. Sealed orders were dispatched to the rulers of far-off cities, and some 20 messengers were sent off before nightfall with instructions to ride early and late, till they reached the distant chiefs to whom their letters were addressed. Also many spies were set to work. All the afternoon and evening we labored, assisted by some confidential scribes, Niolecta showing an energy and resource of mind that astonished me, and it was 8 o'clock before we got back to our quarters. Here we heard from Alphonse, who was deeply aggrieved because our non-return had spoiled his dinner, for he had turned cook again now that Good had come back from his hawking and gone on duty. As instructions had already been given to the officer of the outer guard to double the sentries at the gate, and as we had no reason to fear any immediate danger, we did not think it worthwhile to hunt him up and tell him anything of what had passed, which at best was, under the peculiar circumstances of the case, one of those tasks that one prefers to postpone. So after swallowing our food, we turned in to get some much-needed rest. Before we did so, however, it occurred to Curtis to tell old Umslopogaas to keep a lookout in the neighborhood of Nilabetha's private apartments. Umslopoga was now well known about the place, and by the Queen's order allowed to pass whither he would by the guards, a permission of which he often availed himself by roaming about the palace during the still hours in a nocturnal fashion that he favored, and which is by no means uncommon amongst black men generally. His presence in the corridors would not, therefore, be likely to excite remark. Without any comment, the Zulu took up his axe and departed, and we also departed to bed. I seemed to have been asleep but a few minutes when I was awakened by a peculiar sensation of uneasiness. I felt that somebody was in the room and looking at me, and instantly sat up, to see to my surprise that it was already dawn, and that there, standing at the foot of my couch and looking peculiarly grim and gaunt in the grey light, was Umslopogaas himself. "How long hast thou been there?" I asked testily, for it is not pleasant to be aroused in such a fashion. "Mayhap the half of an hour, Macumazahn. I have a word for thee." "Speak on," I said, now wide enough awake. "As I was bid, I went last night to the place of the White Queen, and hid myself behind a pillar in the second anteroom, beyond which is the sleeping place of the Queen. Bougon, Good, was in the first anteroom alone, and outside the curtain of that room was a sentry, but I had a mind to see if I could pass in unseen, and I did, gliding behind them both. There I waited for many hours, when suddenly I perceived a dark figure coming secretly towards me. It was the figure of a woman, and in her hand she held a dagger. Behind that figure crept another unseen by the woman. It was Bougon, following in her tracks. His shoes were off, and for so fat a man he followed very well. The woman passed me, and the starlight shone upon her face. "Who was it?" I asked impatiently. The face was the face of the Lady of the Night, and of a truth she is well named. I waited, and Bougon passed me also. Then I followed. So we went slowly and without a sound up the long chamber. First the woman, then Bougon, and then I. And the woman saw not Bougon, and Bougon saw not me. At last the Lady of the Night came to the curtains that shut off the sleeping place of the White Queen, and put out her left hand to part them. She passed through, and so did Bougon, and so did I. At the far end of the room is the bed of the Queen, and on it she lay very fast asleep. I could hear her breathe, and see one white arm lying on the coverlid like a streak of snow on the dry grass. The Lady of the Night doubled herself thus, and with the long knife lifted crept towards the bed. So straight did she gaze thereat, that she never thought to look behind her. When she was quite close, Bougon touched her on the arm, and she caught her breath and turned, and I saw the knife flash, and heard it strike. Well was it for Bugwan that he had the skin of iron on him, or he had been pierced. Then for the first time he saw who the woman was, and without a word he fell back astonished and unable to speak. She too was astonished, and spoke not, but suddenly she laid her finger on her lip, thus, and walked towards and through the curtain, and with her went Bugan. So close did she pass to me that her dress touched me, and I was nigh to slaying her as she went. In the first outer room she spoke to Bugwan in a whisper, and, clasping her hands thus, she pleaded with him, but what she said I know not. And so they passed on to the second outer room, she pleading and he shaking his head and saying, "Nay, nay, nay." And it seemed to me that he was about to call the guard, when she stopped talking and looked at him with great eyes, and I saw that he was bewitched by her beauty. Then she stretched out her hand and he kissed it, whereon I gathered myself together to advance and take her, seeing that now had Bugwan become a woman, and no longer knew the good from the evil, when behold, she was gone. "Gone!" I ejaculated. Gone!" And there stood Bugwan staring at the wall like one asleep. And presently he went too, and I waited a while and came away also. "Art thou sure, Umslopoga," said I, "that thou hast not been a dreamer this night?" In reply he opened his left hand, and produced about 3 inches of a blade ava. Dagger of the finest steel. If I be Macumazahn, behold what the dream left with me. The knife broke upon Bugwan's bosom, and as I passed, I picked this up in the sleeping place of the White Queen. Chapter 18. Ware, Redware. Telling Umslopogus to wait, I tumbled into my clothes and went off with him to Sir Henry's room, where the Zulu repeated his story word for word. It was a sight to watch Curtis's face as he heard it. "Great heavens," he said, "here have I been sleeping away while Nyleptha was nearly murdered, and all through me too. What a fiend that Sorais must be! It would have served her well if Umslopogus had cut her down in the act." "Ay," said the Zulu, "fear not, I should have slain her ere she struck. I was but waiting the moment." I said nothing, but I could not help thinking that many 1,000 doomed lives would have been saved if he had meted out to Sorais the fate she meant for her sister. And, as the issue proved, I was right. After he had told his tale, Umslopogus went off unconcernedly to get his. Morning meal, and Sir Henry and I fell to talking. At first he was very bitter against Good, who, he said, was no longer to be trusted, having designedly allowed Sorais to escape by some secret stair, when it was his duty to have handed her over to justice. Indeed, he spoke in the most unmeasured terms on the matter. I let him run on a while, reflecting to myself how easy we find it to be hard on the weaknesses of others, and how tender we are to our own. "Really, my dear fellow," I said at length, "one would never think, to hear you talk, that you were the man who had an interview with this same lady yesterday, and found it rather difficult to resist her fascinations, notwithstanding your ties to one of the loveliest and most loving women in the world. Now suppose it was Nyleptha who had tried to murder Sorais, and you had caught her, and she had pleaded with you, would you have been so very eager to hand her over to an open shame. And to death by fire? Just look at the matter through Good's eyeglass for a minute before you denounce an old friend as a scoundrel. He listened to this jobation submissively, and then frankly acknowledged that he had spoken hardly. It is one of the best points in Sir Henry's character that he is always ready to admit it when he is in the wrong. But though I spoke up thus for Good, I was not blind to the fact that, however natural his behavior might be, it was obvious that he was being involved in a very awkward and disgraceful complication. A foul and wicked murder had been attempted, and he had let the murderess escape and thereby, among other things, allowed her to gain a complete ascendancy over himself. In fact, he was in a fair way to become her tool, and no more dreadful fate can befall a man than to become the tool of an unscrupulous woman, or indeed of any woman. There is but one end to it. When he is broken or has served her purpose, he is thrown. Away turned out on the world to hunt for his lost self-respect. Whilst I was pondering thus and wondering what was to be done, for the whole subject was a thorny one, I suddenly heard a great clamor in the courtyard outside and distinguished the voice of Umslopoga as in Alphonse, the former cursing furiously and the latter yelling in terror. Hurrying out to see what was the matter, I was met by a ludicrous sight. The little Frenchman was running up the courtyard at an extraordinary speed, and after him sped Umslopoga like a great greyhound. Just as I came out, he caught him and lifting him right off his legs, carried him some paces to a beautiful but very dense flowering shrub, which bore a flower not unlike the gardenia, but was covered with short thorns. Next, despite his howls and struggles, he with one mighty thrust plunged poor Alphonse head first into the bush, so that nothing but the calves of his legs and heels remained in evidence. Then, satisfied with what he had done, the Zulu folded his arms and stood grimly contemplating the Frenchman's kicks and listening to his yells, which were awful. "What art thou doing?" I said, running up. "Wouldst thou kill the man? Pull him out of the bush." With the savage grunt he obeyed, seizing the wretched Alphonse by the ankle, and with a jerk that must have nearly dislocated it, tearing him out of the heart of the shrub. Never did I see such a sight as he presented, his clothes half torn off his back, and bleeding as he was in every direction from the sharp thorns. There he lay and yelled and rolled, and there was no getting anything out of him. At last, however, he got up and, ensconcing himself behind me, cursed old Umslopogaas by every saint in the calendar, vowing by the blood of his heroic grandfather that he would poison him and have his revenge. At last I got to the truth of the matter. It appeared that Alphonse habitually cook Umslopogas's porridge, which the latter ate for breakfast in the corner of the courtyard, just as he would have done at home in Zululand, from a gourd, and with a wooden spoon. Now Umslopoga has, like many Zulus, a great horror of fish, which he considered a species of water snake. So Alphonse, who was as fond of playing tricks as a monkey, and who was also a consummate cook, determined to make him eat some. Accordingly, he grated up a quantity of white fish very finely and mixed it with the Zulu's porridge, who swallowed it nearly all down in ignorance of what he was eating. But, unfortunately for Alphonse, he could not restrain his joy at this sight, and came capering and peering round, till at last Umslopogaas, who was very clever in his way, suspected something, and after a careful examination of the remains of his porridge, discovered the buffalo heifer's trick, and, in revenge, served him as I have said. Indeed, the little man was fortunate not to get a broken neck for his pains, for, as one would have thought, he might have learnt from the episode of his display of axemanship that Le Monsieur Noir was an ill person to play practical jokes upon, This incident was unimportant enough in itself, but I narrate it because it led to serious consequences. As soon as he had stanched the bleeding from his scratches and washed himself, Alphonse went off still cursing to recover his temper, a process which I knew from experience would take a very long time. When he had gone, I gave Umslopogaas a jobation, and told him that I was ashamed of his behavior. "Ah, well, Macumazahn," he said, "you must be gentle with me, for here is not my place. I am weary of it, weary to death of eating and drinking, of sleeping and giving in marriage. I love not this soft life in stone houses that takes the heart out of a man and turns his strength to water and his flesh to fat. I love not the white robes and the delicate women, the blowing of trumpets and the flying of hawks. When we fought the Maasai at the kraal yonder. Ah, then life was worth the living." But here is never a blow struck in anger, and I begin to think I shall go the way of my fathers and lift in Kosikajas no more. And he held up the axe and gazed at it in sorrow. "Ah," I said, "that is thy complaint, is it? Thou hast the blood sickness, hast thou? And the woodpecker wants a tree, and at thy age too. Shame on thee, Umslopogaas." "Aye, Macumazahn, mine is a red trade. Yet is it better and more honest than some. Better is it to slay a man in fair fight than to suck out his heart's blood in buying and selling in usury after your white fashion. Many a man have I slain, yet is there never a one that I should fear to look in the face again. Aye, many are there who once were friends, and whom I should be right, glad to snuff with. But there, thou hast thy ways, and I mine, each to his own people and his own place. The high-veld ox will die in the fat bush country, and so is it with me." Macumazahn, I am rough. I know it one note. I know that's mine weds, and pluck moss on the wast me, my father Macumazahn the fox, though I be naught but a broken down Zulu war dog, a chief for whom there is no room in his own kraal, an outcast and a wanderer in strange places. I love thee, Macumazahn, for we have grown grey together, and it's a bit ikwanich. I took the pinch of snuff with some emotion. It was quite true. I was much attached to the bloodthirsty old ruffian. I do not know what was the charm of his character, but it had a charm. Perhaps it was its fierce honesty and directness. Perhaps one admired his almost superhuman skill and strength, or it may have been simply that he was so absolutely unique. Frankly, with all my experience of savages, I never knew a man quite like him. He was so wise, and yet such a child with it all. And though it seems laughable to say so, like the hero of the Yankee parody, he had a tender heart. Anyway, I was very fond of him, though I should never have thought of telling him so. "Ay, old wolf," I said, "thine is a strange love. Thou wouldst split me to the chin if I stood in thy path tomorrow." "Thou speakest truth, Macumazahn. That would I, if it came in the way of duty, but I should love thee all the same when the blow had gone fairly home. Is there any chance of some fighting here, Macumazahn?" he went on in an insinuating voice. "Methought that what I saw last night did show that the two great queens were vexed one with another, else had the lady of the night not brought that dagger with her." I agreed with him that it showed that more or less pique and irritation existed. Between the ladies, and told him how things stood, and that they were quarreling over Incubu. "Ah, is it so? he exclaimed, springing up in delight. Then will there be war as surely as the rivers rise, and the rains war to the end. Women love the last blow as well as the last word, and when they fight for love, they are pitiless as a wounded buffalo. See thou, Macumazahn, a woman will swim through blood to her desire, and think naught of it. With these eyes have I seen it once, and twice also. Ah, Macumazahn, we shall see this fine place of houses burning yet, and hear the battle cries come ringing up the street. After all, I have not wandered for nothing. Can this folk fight, think ye? Just then Sir Henry joined us, and Good arrived too from another direction, looking very pale and hollow-eyed. The moment Umslopogaas saw the latter, he stopped his bloodthirsty talk and greeted him. "Ah, Bugan," he cried, "greeting to thee, Inkoos. Thou art surely weary. Didst thou hunt too much yesterday?" Then, without waiting for an answer, he went on, "Listen, Buchwan, and I will tell thee a story. It is about a woman, therefore wilt thou hear it, is it not so? There was a man, and he had a brother, and there was a woman who loved the man's brother, and was beloved of the man. But the man's brother had a favored wife, and loved not the woman, and he made a mock of her. Then the woman, being very cunning and fierce-hearted for revenge, took counsel with herself and said to the man, I love thee, and if thou wilt make war upon thy brother, I will marry thee. And he knew it was a lie, yet because of his great love of the woman, who was very fair, did he listen to her words and made war. And when many people had been killed, his brother sent to him, saying, Why slayest thou me? What hurt have I done unto thee? From my youth up have I not loved thee? When thou wast little did I not nurture thee? And have we not gone down to war together, and divided the cattle, girl by girl, ox by ox, and cow by cow? Why slayest thou me, my brother, son of my own mother? Then the man's heart was heavy, and he knew that his path was evil, and he put aside the tempting of the woman, and ceased to make war on his brother, and lived at peace in the same kraal with him. And after a time the woman came to him and said, I have lost the past, I will be thy wife. And in his heart he knew that it was a lie, and that she thought the evil thing, yet because of his love did he take her to wife. And the very night that they were wed, when the man was plunged into a deep sleep, did the woman arise and take his axe from his hand, and creep into the hut of his brother, and slay him in his rest. Then did she slink back like a gorged lioness, and place the thong of the red axe back upon his wrist, and go her ways. And at the dawning the people came shouting, Losta is slain in the night. And they came unto the hut of the man, and there he lay asleep, and by him was the red axe. Then did they remember the war, and say, Lo, he hath of a surety slain his brother, and they would have taken and killed him, but he rose and fled swiftly, and as he fleeted by he slew the woman. But death could not wipe out the evil she had done, and on him rested the weight of all her sin. Therefore is he an outcast, and his name a scorn among his own people, for on him, and him only, resteth the burden of her who betrayed. And therefore does he wander afar, without a kraal and without an ox or a wife, and therefore will he die afar like a stricken buck, and his name be accursed from generation to generation, in that the people say that he slew his brother, Lusta, by treachery in the night time. The old Zulu paused, and I saw that he was deeply agitated by his own story. Presently he lifted his head, which he had bowed to his breast, and went on. I was the man, Bugan. Ooh, I was that man, and now hark thou. Even as I am, so wilt thou be a tool, a plaything, an ox of burden to carry the evil deeds of another. Listen. When thou didst creep after the lady of the night, I was hard upon thy track. When she struck thee with the knife in the sleeping place of the White Queen, I was there also. When thou didst let her slip away like a snake in the stones, I saw thee, and I knew that she had bewitched thee, and that a true man had abandoned the truth, and he who aforetime loved a straight path had taken a crooked way. Forgive me, my father, if my words are sharp, but out of a full heart are they spoken. See her no more, so shalt thou go down with honor to the grave. Else because of the beauty of a woman that weareth as a garment of fur, shalt thou be even as I am, and perchance with more cause. I have said. Throughout this long and eloquent address, Good had been perfectly silent, but when the tale began to shape itself so aptly to his own case, he colored up, and when he learned that what had passed between him and Sorais had been overseen, he was evidently much distressed. And now, when at last he spoke, it was in a tone of humility quite foreign to him. I must say, he said with a bitter little laugh, that I scarcely thought that I should live to be taught my duty by a Zulu, but it just shows what we can come to. I wonder if you fellows can understand how humiliated I feel, and the bitterest part of it is that I deserve it all. Of course I should have handed Soris over to the guard, but I could not, and that is a fact. I let her go, and I promised to say nothing. More is the shame to me. She told me that if I would side with her, she would marry me and make me king of this country. But thank goodness I did find the heart to say that even to marry her, I could not desert my friends. And now you can do what you like. I deserve it all. All I have to say is that I hope that you may never love a woman with all your heart and then be so sorely tempted of her. And he turned to go. Look here, old fellow, said Sir Henry, to stop a minute. I have a little tale to tell you too. And he went on to narrate what had taken place on the previous day between Sorais and himself. This was a finishing stroke to poor Good. It is not pleasant to any man to learn that he has been made a tool of, but when the circumstances are as peculiarly atrocious as in the present case, it is about as bitter a pill as anybody can be called on to swallow. Do you know, he said, I think that between you fellows have about worked a cure, and he turned and walked away, and I for one felt very sorry for him. Ah, if the moths would always carefully avoid the candle, how few burnt wings there would be. That day was a court day, when the Queen sat in the great hall and received petitions, discussed laws, money grants, and so forth, and thither we adjourned shortly afterwards. On our way we were joined by Good, who was looking exceedingly depressed. When we got into the hall, Nyleptha was already on her throne and proceeding with business as usual, surrounded by counselors, courtiers, lawyers, priests, and an unusually strong guard. It was, however, easy to see from the air of excitement and expectation on the faces of everybody present that nobody was paying much attention to ordinary affairs, the fact being that the knowledge that civil war was imminent had now got abroad. We saluted Nyleptha and took our accustomed places, and for a little while things went on as usual, when suddenly the trumpets began to call outside the palace, and from the great crowd that was gathered there in anticipation of some unusual event, there rose a roar of "Soris! Soris!" Then came the roll of many chariot wheels, and presently the great curtains at the end of the hall were drawn wide, and through them entered the lady of the night herself. Nor did she come alone. Preceding her was Achan, the high priest, arrayed in his most gorgeous vestments, and on either side were other priests. The reason for their presence was obvious. Coming with them, it would have been sacrilege to attempt to detain her. Behind her were a number of the great lords, and behind them a small body of picked guards. A glance at Sarayas herself was enough to show that her mission was of no peaceful kind, for in place of her gold-embroidered cap, she wore a shining tunic formed of golden scales, and on her head a little golden helmet. In her hand, too, she bore a toy spear, beautifully made and fashioned of solid silver. Up the hall she came, looking like a lioness in her conscious pride and beauty, and as she came, the spectators fell back bowing and made a path for her. By the sacred stone she halted, and laying her hand on it, she cried out with a loud voice to Nyapetha on the throne, "Hail, O Queen!" "All hail, my royal sister," answered Nyleptha. "Draw thou near. Fear not, I give thee safe conduct." Sorais answered with a haughty look and swept on up the hall till she stood right before the thrones. "A boon, O Queen!" she cried again. "Speak on, my sister. What is there that I can give thee who hath half our kingdom? Thou canst tell me a true word, me, and the people of Zu-Vendis. Art thou, or art thou not, about to take this foreign wolf?" And she pointed to Sir Henry with her toy spear, "to be a husband to thee, and share thy bed and throne?" Curtis winced at this, and turning towards Sarras, said to her in a low voice, "Methinks that yesterday thou hadst other names than wolf to call me by. Oh, Queen!" And I saw her bite her lips as, like a danger flag, the blood flamed red upon her face. As for Nyleptha, who was nothing if not original, she, seeing that the thing was out, and that there was nothing further to be gained by concealment, answered the question in a novel and effectual manner, inspired thereto, as I firmly believe, by coquetry and a desire to triumph over her rival. Up she rose and, descending from the throne, swept in all the glory of her royal grace on to where her lover stood. There she stopped and untwined the golden snake that was wound around her arm. Then she bade him kneel, and he dropped on one knee on the marble before her, and next, taking the golden snake with both her hands, she bent the pure soft metal round his neck, and when it was fast, deliberately kissed him on the brow, and called him her dear lord. "Thou seest," she said, when the excited murmur of the spectators had died away, addressing her sister as Sir Henry rose to his feet, "I have put my collar round the wolf's neck, and behold, he shall be my watchdog, and that is my answer to thee, Queen Sarayas, my sister, and to those with thee. Fear not," she went on, smiling sweetly on her lover, and pointing to the golden snake she had twined round his massive throat. "If my yoke be heavy, yet is it of pure gold, and it shall not gall thee." Then turning to the audience, she continued in a clear, proud tone, "I, lady of the night, lords, priests, and people here, gathered together by this sign, do I take the foreigner to husband even here in the face of you all. What, am I a queen, and yet not free to choose the man whom I will love? Then should I be lower than the meanest girl in all my provinces. Nay, he hath won my heart, and with it goes my hand and throne, and all I have. I, had he been a beggar, instead of a great lord, fairer and stronger than any here, and having more wisdom and knowledge of strange things, I had given him all, how much more so, being what he is." And she took his hand and gazed proudly on him, and holding it, stood. there boldly facing the people. And such was her sweetness, and the power and dignity of her person, and so beautiful she looked standing hand in hand there at her lover's side, so sure of him and of herself, and so ready to risk all things and endure all things for him, that most of those who saw the sight, which I am sure no one of them will ever forget, caught the fire from her eyes, and the happy color from her blushing face, and cheered her like wild things. It was a bold stroke for her to make, and it appealed to the imagination. But human nature in Zu Vendi, as elsewhere, loves that which is bold, and not afraid to break a rule, and is moreover peculiarly susceptible to appeals to its poetical side. And so the people cheered till the roof rang, but Cerase of the night stood there with downcast eyes, for she could not bear to see her sister's triumph, which robbed her of the man whom she had hoped to win, and in the awfulness of her jealous anger she trembled and turned white like an aspen in the wind. I think I have said somewhere of her that she reminded me of the sea on a calm day. Having the same aspect of sleeping power about her. Well, it was all awake now, and like the face of the furious ocean it awed and yet fascinated me. A really handsome woman in a royal rage is always a beautiful sight, but such beauty and such a rage I never saw combined before, and I can only say that the effect produced was well worthy of the two. She lifted her white face, the teeth set, and there were purple rings beneath her glowing eyes. Thrice she tried to speak, and thrice she failed, but at last her voice came. Raising her silver spear, she shook it, and the light gleamed from it and from the golden scales of her cuirass. "And thinkest thou, Nylepetha," she said in notes which pealed through the great hall like a clarion, "thinkest thou that I, Cerase, a queen of the Zu Vendi, will brook that this base outlander shall sit upon my father's throne and rear up half-breeds to fill the place of the great house of the stairway? Never, never." While there is life in my bosom and a man to follow me and a spear to strike with, who is on my side? Who? Now hand thou over this foreign wolf, and those who came hither to pray with him to the doom of fire, for have they not committed the deadly sin against the sun? Or, Nyleptha, I give thee war red, war. I say to thee that the path of thy passion shall be marked out by the blazing of thy towns and watered with the blood of those who cleave to thee. On thy head rests the burden of the deed, and in thy ears ring the groans of the dying and the cries of the widows and those who are left fatherless forever and forever. I tell thee I will tear thee, Nyleptha, the White Queen, from thy throne, and that thou shalt be hurled even from the topmost stair of the great way to the foot thereof, in that thou hast covered the name of the house of him who built it with black shame. And I tell ye strangers, all save Bugwan, whom because thou didst do me a service, I will save alive if thou wilt leave these men and follow me. Here poor Good shook his head vigorously and ejaculated, "Can't be done," in English, "that I will wrap you in sheets of gold and hang you yet alive in chains from the 4 golden trumpets of the 4 angels that fly east and west and south from the giddiest pinnacles of the temple, so that ye may be a token and a warning to the land. And as for thee, Incubu, thou shalt die in yet another fashion that I will not tell thee now." She ceased, panting for breath, for her passion shook her like a storm, and a murmur, partly of horror and partly of admiration, ran through the hall. Then Nyleptha answered calmly and with dignity, "Ill would it become my place and dignity, O sister, so to speak, as thou hast spoken, and so to threat as thou hast threatened. Yet if thou wilt make war, then will I strive to bear up against thee, for if my hand seem soft, yet shalt thou find." it of iron when it grips thine armies by the throat. Sarais, I fear thee not. I weep for that which thou wilt bring upon our people and on thyself. But for myself I say I fear thee not. Yet thou, who but yesterday didst strive to win my lover and my lord for me, whom today thou dost call a foreign wolf, to be thy lover and thy lord. Here there was an immense sensation in the hall. Thou who but last night, as I have learnt, but since thou didst enter here, didst creep like a snake into my sleeping place, aye, even by a secret way, and wouldst have foully murdered me, thy sister, as I lay asleep. It is false, it is false, rang out Agans and a score of other voices. It is not false, said I, producing the broken point of the dagger and holding it up. Where is the haft from which this flew, O Sarais? It is not false, cried Good, determined at last to act like a loyal man. I took the lady of the night by the White Queen's bed, and on my breast the dagger broke. Who is on my side? Cried Sarais, shaking her silver spear, for she saw that public sympathy was turning against her. What, Bugwan, thou comest not, she said, addressing Good, who was standing close to her in a low, concentrated voice. Thou pale-souled fool, for a reward thou shalt eat out thy heart with love of me and not be satisfied. And thou mightest have been my husband and a king. At least I hold thee in chains that cannot be broken. War, 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 she cried. Here, with my hand upon the sacred stone that shall endure, so runs the prophecy, till the Zu-Vendi set their necks beneath an alien yoke, I declare war to the end. Who follows Sarais of the night to victory and honor? Instantly the whole concourse began to break up in indescribable confusion. Many present hastened to throw in their lot with the lady of the night, but some came from her following to us. Amongst the former was an under-officer of Nyleptha's own guard, who suddenly turned and made a run for the doorway through which Sarais' people were already passing. Umslopogaas, who was present and had taken the whole scene in, seeing with admirable presence of mind that if this soldier got away others would follow his example, seized the man, who drew his sword and struck at him. Thereon the Zulu sprang back with a wild shout, and avoiding the sword cuts, began to peck at his foe with his terrible axe, till in a few seconds the man's fate overtook him, and he fell with a clash heavily and quite dead upon the marble floor. This was the first blood spilt in the war. "Shut the gates," I shouted, thinking that we might perhaps catch Saraiso, and not being troubled with the idea of committing sacrilege. But the order came too late. Her guards were already passing through them, and in another minute the streets echoed with the furious galloping of horses and the rolling of her chariots. So, drawing half the people after her, Sarais was soon passing like a whirlwind through the frowning city on her road to her headquarters at Marstuna, a fortress situated 130 miles to the north of Molossus. And after that, the city was alive with the endless tramp of regiments and preparations for the gathering war, and old Umslopogaas once more began to sit in the sunshine and go through a show of sharpening Nkosi Kahas's razor edge. Chapter 19. A Stornge Wedding. One person, however, did not succeed in getting out in time before the gates were shut, and that was the high priest Agon, who, as we had every reason to believe, was Sarai's great ally and the heart and soul of her party. This cunning and ferocious old man had not forgiven us for those hippopotami, or rather that was what he said. What he meant was that he would never brook the introduction of our wider ways of thought and foreign learning and influence, while there was a possibility of stamping us out. Also, he knew that we possessed a different system of religion and no doubt was in daily terror of our attempting to introduce it into Zu Vendis. One day he asked me if we had any religion in our country, and I told him that so far as I could remember we had 95 different ones. You might have knocked him down with a feather, and really it is difficult not to pity a high priest of a well-established cult who is haunted by the possible approach of one or all of 95 new religions. When we knew that Agin was caught, Nyleptha, Sir Henry, and I discussed what was to be done with him. I was for closely incarcerating him, but Nyleptha shook her head, saying that it would produce a disastrous effect throughout the country. Ah, she added with a stamp of her foot, if I win and am once really queen, I will break the power of those priests, with their rites and revels and dark secret ways. I only wish that old Agin could have heard her, it would have frightened him. Well, said Sir Henry, if we are not to imprison him, I suppose that we may as well let him go. He is of no use here. Nyleptha looked at him in a curious sort of way, and said in a dry little voice, Thinkest thou so, my lord? Eh? Said Curtis. No, I do not see what is the use of keeping him. She said nothing, but continued looking at him in a way that was as shy as it. Was sweet. Then at last he understood. Forgive me, Nyleptha, he said rather tremulously. Dost thou mean that thou wilt marry me even now? Nay, I know not. Let my lord say, was her rapid answer. But if my lord wills, the priest is there and the altar is there, pointing to the entrance to a private chapel, and am I not ready to do the will of my lord? Listen, O my lord, in 8 days or less thou must leave me and go down to war, for thou shalt lead my armies, and in war men sometimes fall, and so I would for a little space have had thee all my own, if only for memory's sake. And the tears overflowed her lovely eyes, and rolled down her face like heavy drops of dew down the red heart of a rose. Mayhap, too, she went on, I shall lose my crown, and with my crown, my life and thine also. Sorias is very strong and very bitter, and if she prevails, she will not spare. Who can read the future? Happiness is the world's white bird, that alights seldom, and flies fast and far, till one day he is lost in the clouds. Therefore should we hold him fast, if by any chance he rests for a little space upon our hand. It is not wise to neglect the present for the future, for who knows what the future will be? Incubu. Let us pluck our flowers while the dew is on them, for when the sun is up they wither, and on the morrow will others bloom that we shall never see. And she lifted her sweet face to him and smiled into his eyes. And once more I felt a curious pang of jealousy and turned and went away. They never took much notice of whether I was there or not, thinking, I suppose, that I was an old fool, and that it did not matter one way or the other, and really, I believed that they were right. So I went back to our quarters and ruminated over things in general and watched old Umslopogaas whetting his axe outside the window as a vulture whets his beak beside a dying ox. And in about an hour's time, Sir Henry came tearing over, looking very radiant and wildly excited, and found good, and myself and even Umslopoga's, and asked us if we should like to assist at a real wedding. Of course we said yes, and off we went to the chapel, where we found Aggan looking as sulky as any high priest possibly could, and no wonder. It appeared that he and Nyleptha had a slight difference of opinion about the coming ceremony. He had flatly refused to celebrate it, or to allow any of his priests to do so, whereupon Nyleptha became very angry and told him that she, as queen, was head of the church, and meant to be obeyed. Indeed, she played the part of a Zuvindi Henry VIII to perfection, and insisted that if she wanted to be married, she would be married, and that he should marry her. 19. 19. In Zuvendes, members of the royal house can only be married by the high priest or a formally appointed deputy. A.Q. He still refused to go through the ceremony, so she clinched her argument, thus, well, I cannot execute a high priest, because there is an absurd prejudice against it, and I cannot imprison him because all his subordinates would raise a crying that would bring the stars down on Zuvendis and crush it. But I can leave him to contemplate the altar of the sun without anything to eat, because that is his natural vocation. And if thou wilt not marry me, O ego Gasantarad, thou shalt be placed before the altar yonder with naught but a little water, till such time as thou hast reconsidered the matter. Now, as it happened, Aggan had been hurried away that morning without his breakfast, and was already exceedingly hungry. So he presently modified his views and consented to marry them, saying at the same time that he washed his hands. Of all responsibility in the matter. So it chanced that presently, attended only by two of her favorite maidens, came the Queen Nyleptha, with happy blushing face and downcast eyes, dressed in pure white, without embroidery of any sort, as seems to be the fashion on these occasions in most countries of the world. She did not wear a single ornament, even her gold circlets were removed, and I thought that if possible she looked more lovely than ever without them, as really superbly beautiful women do. She came, curtsied low to Sir Henry, and then took his hand and led him up before the altar, and after a little pause, in a slow, clear voice, uttered the following words, which are customary in Zubendis, if the bride desires and the man consents, though dost swear by the sun that thou wilt take no other woman to wife unless. I lay my hand upon her and bid her come. I swear it, answered Sir Henry, adding in English, one is quite enough for me. Then Aggan, who had been sulking in a corner near the altar, came forward and gabbled off something into his beard at such a rate that I could not follow it, but it appeared to be an invocation to the sun to bless the union and make it fruitful. I observed that Nyleptha listened very closely to every word, and afterwards discovered that she was afraid lest Aggan should play her a trick, and by going through the invocations backwards, divorce them instead of marry them. At the end of the invocations they were asked, as in our service, if they took each other for husband and wife, and on their assenting they kissed each other before the altar, and the service was over so far as their rights were concerned. But it seemed to me that there was yet something wanting, and so I produced a prayer book, which has, together with the Ingoldsby legends that I often read when I lie awake at night, accompanied me in all my later wanderings. I gave it to my poor boy Harry years ago, and after his death I found it among his things and took it back again. Curtis, I said, I am not a clergyman, and I do not know if what I am going to propose is allowable. I know it is not legal, But if you and the Queen have no objection, I should like to read the English marriage service over you. It is a solemn step which you are taking, and I think that you ought, so far as circumstances will allow, to give it the sanction of your own religion." "I have thought of that," he said, "and I wish you would. I do not feel half married yet." Nylepetha raised no objection, fully understanding that her husband wished to celebrate the marriage according to the rites prevailing in his own country, and so I set to work and read the service, from dearly beloved to amazement as well as I could. And when I came to "I, Henry, take thee, Nyleptha," I translated, and also "I, Nyleptha, take thee, Henry," which she repeated after me very well. Then Sir Henry took a plain gold ring from his little finger and placed it on hers, and so on to the end. The ring had been Curtis's mother's wedding ring, and I could not help thinking how astonished the dear old Yorkshire lady would have been if she could have foreseen that her wedding ring was to serve a similar purpose for Nyleptha, a queen of the Zu Vindi. As for Aegon, he was with difficulty kept calm while the second ceremony was going on, for he at once understood that it was religious in its nature, and doubtless bethought him of the 95 new faiths which loomed so ominously in his eyes. Indeed, he at once set me down as a rival high priest and hated me accordingly. However, in the end off he went, positively bristling with indignation, and I knew that we might look out for danger from his direction. And off went Good and I, and old Umslopogaas also, leaving the happy pair to themselves, and very low we all felt. Marriages are supposed to be cheerful things, but my experience is that they are very much the reverse to everybody, except perhaps the two people chiefly interested. They mean the breaking up of so many old ties, as well as the undertaking of so many new ones, and there is always something sad about the passing away of the old order. Now, to take this case for instance, Sir Henry Curtis is the best and kindest fellow and friend in the world, but he has never been quite the same since that little scene in the chapel. It is always Nyleptha this, and Nyleptha that. Nyleptha, in short, from morning till night in one way or another, either expressed or understood. And as for the old friends, well, of course they have taken the place that old friends ought to take, and which ladies are as a rule very careful to see they do take when a man marries, and that is the second place. Yes, he would be angry if anybody said so, but it is a fact for all that. He is not quite the same, and Nyleptha is very sweet and very charming, but I think that she likes him to understand that she has married him and not Quatermain. Good and co. But there, what is the use of grumbling? It is all very right and proper, as any married lady would have no difficulty in explaining, and I am a selfish, jealous old man, though I hope I never show it. So Good and I went and ate in silence, and then indulged in an extra fine flagon of old Zuvindian to keep our spirits up, and presently one of our attendants came and told a story that gave us something to think about. It may, perhaps, be remembered that, after his quarrel with Umslopogaas, Alphonse had gone off in an exceedingly ill temper to sulk over his scratches. Well, it appears that he walked right past the Temple to the Sun, down the wide road on the further side of the slope it crowns, and thence on into the beautiful park or pleasure gardens which are laid out just beyond the outer wall. After Wandering about there for a little, he started to return, but was met near the outer gate by Sorais's train of chariots, which were galloping furiously along the great northern road. When she caught sight of Alphonse, Sorais halted her train and called to him. On approaching, he was instantly seized and dragged into one of the chariots and carried off, crying out loudly, as our informant said, and as from my general knowledge of him I can well believe. At first I was much puzzled to know what object Sorais could have had in carrying off the poor little Frenchman. She could hardly stoop so low as to try to wreak her fury on one whom she knew was only a servant. At last, however, an idea occurred to me. We three were, as I think I have said, much revered by the people of Zouvendis at large, both because we were the first strangers they had ever seen, and because we were supposed to be the possessors of almost supernatural wisdom. Indeed, though Sorais's cry against the foreign wolves, or, to translate it more accurately, foreign hyenas, was sure to go down very well. With the nobles and the priests, it was not, as we learnt, likely to be particularly effectual amongst the bulk of the population. The Zouvendi people, like the Athenians of old, are ever seeking for some new thing, and just because we were so new, our presence was on the whole acceptable to them. Again, Sir Henry's magnificent personal appearance made a deep impression upon a race who possess a greater love of beauty than any other I have ever been acquainted with. Beauty may be prized in other countries, but in Zouvendi it is almost worshipped, as indeed the national love of statuary shows. The people said openly in the market-places that there was not a man in the country to touch Curtis in personal appearance, as with the exception of Sorais, there was no woman who could compete with Nyleptha, and that therefore it was meet that they should marry, and that he had been sent by the sun as a husband for their queen. Now, from all this it will be seen that the outcry against us was to a considerable extent fictitious, and nobody knew it better than Sorais herself. Consequently, it struck me that it might have occurred to her that down in the country and among the country people it would be better to place the reason of her conflict with her sister upon other and more general grounds than Nyapets's marriage with the stranger. It would be easy in a land where there had been so many civil wars to rake out some old cry that would stir up the recollection of buried feuds, and indeed she soon found an effectual one. This being so, it was of great importance to her to have one of the strangers with her whom she could show to the common people as a great outlander who had been so struck by the justice of her cause that he had elected to leave his companions and follow her standard. This, no doubt, was the cause of her anxiety to get a hold of Good, whom she would have used till he ceased to be of service and then cast off. But Good having drawn back, she grasped at the opportunity of securing Alphonse, who was not unlike him in personal appearance, though smaller, no doubt with the object of showing him off in the cities and country as the great Bougon himself. I told Good that I thought that that was her plan, and his face was a sight to see. He was so horrified at the idea. "What?" he said. "Dress up that little wretch to represent me? Why, I shall have to get out of the country. My reputation will be ruined forever." I consoled him as well as I could, but it is not pleasant to be personated all over a strange country by an arrant little coward, and I can quite sympathize with his vexation. Well, that night, Good and I messed, as I've said, in solitary grandeur, feeling very much as though we had just returned from burying a friend instead of marrying one, and next morning the work began in good earnest. The messages and orders which had been dispatched by Nyleptha 2 days before now began to take effect, and multitudes of armed men came pouring into the city. We saw, as may be imagined, but very little of Nyleptha, and not too much of Curtis during those next few days. But Good and I sat daily with the council of generals and loyal lords, drawing up plans of action, arranging commissariat matters, the distribution of commands, and 101 other things. Men came in freely, and all the day long the great roads leading to Molossus were spotted with the banners of lords arriving from their distant places to rally round Nyleptha. After the first few days it became clear that we should be able to take the field with about 40,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry, a very respectable force considering how short was the time we had to collect it, and that about half the regular army had elected to follow Sorais. But if our force was large, Sorais's was, according to the reports brought in day by our spies, much larger. She had taken up her headquarters at a very strong town called Marstuna, situated, as I had said, to the north of Molossus. And all the countryside was flocking to her standard. Nasta had poured down from his highlands and was on his way to join her with no less than 25,000 of his mountaineers, the most terrible soldiers to face in all Zu-Vendis. Another mighty lord, named Belusha, who lived in the great horse-breeding district, had come in with 12,000 cavalry, and so on. Indeed, what between one thing and another, it seemed certain that she would gather a fully armed host of nearly 100,000 men. And then came news that Sorais was proposing to break up her camp and march on the frowning city itself, desolating the country as she came. Thereon arose the question whether it would be best to meet her at Molossus or to go out and give her battle. When our opinion was asked upon the subject, Good and I unhesitatingly gave it in favor of an advance. If we were to shut ourselves up in the city and wait to be attacked, it seemed to us that our inaction would be set down to fear. It is so important, especially on an occasion of this sort, when very little will suffice to turn men's opinions one way or the other to be up and doing something. Our doer for a cause will soon evaporate if the cause does not move but sits down to conquer. Therefore, we cast our vote for moving out and giving battle in the open, instead of waiting till we were drawn from our walls like a badger from a hole. Sir Henry's opinion coincided with ours, and so, needless to say, did that of Nyleptha, who, like a flint, was always ready to flash out fire. A great map of the country was brought and spread out before her, about 30 miles this side of Marstuna, where Sorais lay, and 90-odd miles from Molossus. The road ran over a neck of land some 2.5 miles in width, and flanked on either side by forest-clad hills, which, without being lofty, would, if the road were blocked, be quite impracticable for a great baggage-laden army to cross. She looked earnestly at the map, and then, with a quickness of perception that in some women amounts almost to an instinct, she laid her finger upon this neck of rising ground, and turning to her husband said with a proud air of confidence, and a toss of the golden head, "Here shalt thou meet Sorais' armies. I know the spot. Here shalt thou meet them, and drive them before thee like dust before the storm." But Curtis looked grave and said nothing. Chapter 20. The Battle of the Pass. It was on the third morning after this incident of the map that Sir Henry and I started. With the exception of a small guard, all the great host had moved on the night before, leaving the frowning city very silent and empty. Indeed, it was found impossible to leave any garrison with the exception of a personal guard for Nyleptha and about 1,000 men who from sickness or one cause or another were unable to proceed with the army, but as Molossus was practically impregnable, and as our enemy was in front of and not behind us, this did not so much matter. Good and Umslopogaas had gone on with the army, but Nyleptha accompanied Sir Henry and myself to the city gates, riding a magnificent white horse called Daylight, which was supposed to be the fleetest and most enduring animal in Zu-Vendis. Her face bore traces of recent weeping, but there were no tears in her eyes now. Indeed, she was bearing up bravely against what must have been a bitter trial to her. At the gate she reined in her horse and bade us farewell. On to the mall. Previous days she had reviewed and addressed the officers of the great army, speaking to them such high, eloquent words, and expressing so complete a confidence in their valor and in their ultimate victory that she quite carried their hearts away, and as she rode from rank to rank they cheered her till the ground shook. And now today the same mood seemed to be on her. "Fare thee well, Macumazahn," she said. "Remember, I trust to thy wits, which are as a needle to a spear handle compared to those of my people, to save us from Sorais. I know that thou wilt do thy duty." I bowed and explained to her my horror of fighting, and my fear lest I should lose my head, at which she laughed gently and turned to Curtis. "Fare thee well, my lord," she said. "Come back with victory, and as a king, or on thy soldiers' spears." 20. Alluding to the Zouvendi custom of carrying dead officers on a framework of spears. Sir Henry said nothing, but turned his horse to go. Perhaps he had a bit of a lump in his throat. One gets over it afterwards, but these sort of partings are trying when one has only been married a week. "Here," added Nyleptha, "will I greet thee when ye return in triumph. And now, my lords, once more, farewell." Then we rode on. But when we had gone 150 yards or so, we turned and perceived her still sitting on her horse at the same spot, and looking out after us beneath her hand, and that was the last we saw of her. About a mile farther on, however, we heard galloping behind us, and looking round, saw a mounted soldier coming towards us, leading Nyleptha's matchless steed, Daylight. The queen sends the white stallion as a farewell gift to her lord Incoul, and bids me tell my lord that he is the fleetest and most enduring horse in all the land, said the soldier, bending to his saddle bow before us. At first Sir Henry did not want to take the horse, saying that he was too good for such rough work, but I persuaded him to do so, thinking that Nyleptha would be hurt if he did not. Little did I guess at the time what service that noble horse would render in our sorest need. It is curious to look back and realize upon what trivial and apparently coincidental circumstances great events frequently turn as easily and naturally as a door on its hinges. Well, we took the horse, and a beauty he was. It was a perfect pleasure to see him move, and Curtis having sent back his greetings and thanks, we proceeded on our journey. By midday we overtook the rear guard of the great army of which Sir Henry then formally took over the command. It was a heavy responsibility, and it oppressed him very much, but the Queen's injunctions on the point were such as did not admit of being trifled with. He was beginning to find out that greatness has its responsibilities as well as its glories. Then we marched on without meeting with any opposition, almost indeed without seeing anybody, for the populations of the towns and villages along our route had for the most part fled, fearing lest they should be caught between the two rival armies and ground to powder like grain between the upper and the nether stones. On the evening of the fourth day, for the progress of so great a multitude was necessarily slow, we camped 2 miles this side of the neck or ridge I have spoken of, and our outpost brought us word that Sorais, with all her power, was rolling down upon us, and had pitched her camp that night 10 miles the farther side of. the neck. Accordingly, before dawn, we sent forward 1,500 cavalry to seize the position. Scarcely had they occupied it, however, before they were attacked by about as many of Sorais's horsemen, and a very smart little cavalry fight ensued, with a loss to us of about 30 men killed. On the advance of our supports, however, Sorais's force drew off, carrying their dead and wounded with them. The main body of the army reached the neck about dinner time, and I must say that Nyapitha's judgment had not failed her. It was an admirable place to give battle in, especially to a superior force. The road ran down a mile or more, through ground too broken to admit of the handling of any considerable force, till it reached the crest of a great green wave of land that rolled down a gentle slope to the banks of a little stream, and then rolled away again up a still gentler slope to the plain beyond, the distance from the crest of the land waved down to the stream, being a little over half a mile, and from the stream up to the plain beyond a trifle less. The length of this wave of land at its highest point, which corresponded exactly with the width of the neck of the land between the wooded hills, was about 2 miles and a quarter, and it was protected on either side by dense, rocky, bush-clad ground that afforded a most valuable cover to the flanks of the army and rendered it almost impossible for them to be turned. It was on the hither slope of this neck of land that Curtis encamped his army in the same formation that he had, after consultation with the various generals, Good and myself, determined that they should occupy in the great pitched battle which now appeared to be imminent. Our force of 60,000 men was, roughly speaking, divided as follows. In the center was a dense body of 20,000 foot soldiers armed with spears. Swords and hippopotamus hide shields, breast and back plates, 21. These formed the chest of the army and were supported by 5,000 foot and 30,000 horse in reserve. On either side of this chest were stationed 7,000 horse arranged in deep, majestic squadrons, and beyond, and on either side but slightly in front of them again were 2 bodies, each numbering about 7,500 spearmen, forming the right and left wings of the army, and each supported by a contingent of some 1,500 cavalry. This makes in all 60,000 men. Caught, 21. The Zuvindi people do not use bows. A.Q. Curtis commanded-in-chief. I was in command of the 7,000 horse between the chest and right wing, which was commanded by Good, and the other battalions and squadrons were entrusted to Zuvindis generals. Scarcely had we taken up our positions before Sorais's vast army began to swarm. On the opposite slope, about a mile in front of us, till the whole place seemed alive with the multitude of her spear points, and the ground shook with the tramp of her battalions. It was evident that the spies had not exaggerated. We were outnumbered by at least a third. At first we expected that Sorais was going to attack us at once, as the clouds of cavalry which hung upon her flanks executed some threatening demonstrations, but she thought better of it, and there was no fight that day. As for the formation of her great forces, I cannot now describe it with accuracy, and it would only serve to bewilder if I did, but I may say, generally, that in its leading features it resembled our own, only her reserve was much greater. Opposite our right wing and forming Sorais's left wing was a great army of dark, wild-looking men, armed with sword and shield only, which, I was informed, was composed of Nasta's 25,000 savage hillsmen. My word, Good, said I when I saw them, you will catch it tomorrow when those gentlemen charge. Whereat Good not unnaturally looked rather anxious. All day we watched and waited, but nothing happened, and at last night fell, and 1,000 watchfires twinkled brightly on the slopes, to wane and die one by one like the stars they resembled. As the hours wore on, the silence gradually gathered more deeply over the opposing hosts. It was a very wearying night, for in addition to the endless things that had to be attended to, there was our gnawing suspense to reckon with. The fray which tomorrow would witness would be so vast, and the slaughter so awful, that stout indeed must the heart have been that was not overwhelmed at the prospect. And when I thought of all that hung upon it, I own I felt ill, and it made me very sad to reflect that these mighty forces were gathered for destruction, simply to gratify the jealous anger of a woman. This was the hidden power which was to send those dense masses of cavalry, flashing like human thunderbolts across the plain, and to roll together the fierce battalions as clouds when hurricane meets hurricane. It was a dreadful thought, and set one wondering about the responsibilities of the great ones of the earth. Deep into the night we sat, with pale faces and heavy hearts, and took counsel, whilst the sentries tramped up and down and up, and the armed and plumed generals came and went, grim and shadow-like. And so the time wore away, till everything was ready for the coming slaughter, and I lay down and thought and tried to get a little rest, but could not sleep for fear of the morrow, for who could say what the morrow would bring forth? Misery and death, this was certain. Beyond that we knew not, and I confess I was very much afraid. But as I realized then, it is useless to question that eternal Sphinx, the future. From day to day, she reads aloud the riddles of the yesterday, of which the puzzled wordlings of all ages have not answered one, nor ever will. Guess they never so wildly or cry, they never so loud. And so at length I gave up wondering, being forced humbly to leave the issue in the balancing hands of Providence and the morrow. And at last up came the red sun, and the huge camps awoke with a clash and a roar, and gathered themselves together for battle. It was a beautiful and awe-inspiring scene, and old Umslopogaas, leaning on his axe, contemplated it with grim delight. "Never have I seen the like, Macumazahn, never," he said. "The battles of my people are as the play of children to what this will be. Thinkest thou that they will fight it out?" "Aye," I answered sadly, "to the death. Content thyself, woodpecker, for once shalt thou peck thy fill." Time went on, and still there was no sign of an attack. A force of cavalry crossed the brook indeed, and rode slowly along our front, evidently taking stock of our position and numbers. With this we did not attempt to interfere, as our decision was to stand strictly on the defensive, and not to waste a single man. The men breakfasted and stood to their arms, and the hours wore on. About midday, when the men were eating their dinner, for we thought they would fight better on full stomachs, a shout of "Sorace, Sorace" arose like thunder from the enemy's extreme right, and taking the glass, I was able to clearly distinguish the Lady of the Night herself, surrounded by a glittering staff, and riding slowly down the lines of her battalions. And as she went, that mighty thundering shout rolled along before her like the rolling of 10,000 chariots, or the roaring of the ocean when the gale turns suddenly, and carries the noise of it to the listener's ears, till the earth shook and the air was full of the majesty of sound. Guessing that this was a prelude to the beginning of the battle, we remained. Still and made ready. We had not long to wait. Suddenly, like flame from a cannon's mouth, out shot two great tongue-like forces of cavalry, and came charging down the slope towards the little stream, slowly at first, but gathering speed as they came. Before they got to the stream, orders reached me from Sir Henry, who evidently feared that the shock of such a charge, if allowed to fall unbroken upon our infantry, would be too much for them, to send 5,000 sabres to meet the force opposite to me, at the moment when it began to mount the stiffest of the rise, about 400 yards from our lines. This I did, remaining behind myself with the rest of my men. Off went the 5,000 horsemen, drawn up in a wedge-like form, and I must say that the general in command handled them very ably. Starting at a hand gallop, for the first 300 yards he rode straight at the tip of the tongue. Shaped mass of cavalry which, numbering, so far as I could judge, about 8,000 sabres, was advancing to charge us. Then he suddenly swerved to the right and put on the pace, and I saw the great wedge curl round, and before the foe could check himself and turn to meet it, strike him about halfway down his length, with a crashing rending sound like that of the breaking up of vast sheets of ice, and sank the great wedge into his heart, and as it cut its way hundreds of horsemen were thrown up on either side of it, just as the earth is thrown up by a plowshare, or more like still, as the foaming water curls over beneath the bows of a rushing ship. In, yet in, vainly does the tongue twist its ends round in agony, like an injured snake, and strive to protect its center. Still farther in, by heaven, right through, and so, amid cheer after cheer from our watching thousands, back again upon the severed ends, beating them down, driving them as a gale drives spray, till at last amidst the rushing of hundreds of riderless horses, the flashing of swords, and the victorious clamor of their pursuers, up like an empty glove, then turns and gallops fell for safety back to its own mines. I do not think it reached them more than 2/3 as strong as it went out 10 minutes before. The lines which were now advancing to the attack opened and swallowed them up, and my force returned, having only suffered a loss of about 500 men, not much, I thought, considering the fierceness of the struggle. I could also see that the opposing bodies of cavalry on our left wing were drawing back, but how the fight went with them I do not quite know. It is as much as I can do to describe what took place immediately around me. By this time the dense masses of the enemy's left, composed almost entirely of Nasta's swordsmen, were across the little stream, and with alternate yells of Nasta and Sorus, with dancing banners and gleaming swords, were swarming up towards us like ants. Again I received orders to try and check this movement, and also the main advance against the chest of our army by means of cavalry charges, and this I did to the best of my ability by continually sending squadrons of about 1,000 sabres out against them. These squadrons did the enemy much damage, and it was a glorious sight to see them flash down the hillside and bury themselves like a living knife in the heart of the foe. But, also, we lost many men, for after the experience of a couple of these charges, which had drawn a sort of bloody St. Andrew's cross of dead and dying through the center of Nasta's host, our foes no longer attempted to offer an unyielding front to their irresistible weight, but opened out to let the rush go through, throwing themselves on the ground and hamstringing hundreds of horses as they passed. And so, notwithstanding all that we could do, the enemy drew nearer till at last he hurled himself upon Good's force of 7,500 regulars, who were drawn up to receive them in 3 strong squares, about the same. Time, too, an awful and heart-shaking roar told me that the main battle had closed in on the center and extreme left. I raised myself in my stirrups and looked down to my left. So far as the eye could see, there was a long, dazzling shimmer of steel as the sun glanced upon falling sword and thrusting spear. To and fro swung the contending lines in that dread struggle, now giving way, now gaining a little in the mad, yet ordered confusion of attack and defense. but it was as much as I could do to keep count of what was happening to our own wing. And as for the moment the cavalry had fallen back under cover of Good's 3 squares, I had a fair view of this. Nasta's wild swordsmen were now breaking in red waves against the sullen rock-like squares. Time after time did they yell out their war cries and hurl themselves furiously against the long triple ridges of spear points, only to be rolled back as billows are when they meet the cliff. And so for 4 long hours the battle raged almost without a pause, and at the end of that time, if we had gained nothing, we had lost nothing. 2 attempts to turn our left flank by forcing a way through the wood by which it was protected had been defeated, and as yet Nasta's swordsmen had, notwithstanding their desperate efforts, entirely failed to break Good's 3 squares, though they had thinned their numbers by quite a third. As for the chest of the army where Sir Henry was with his staff and Umslopogaas, it had suffered dreadfully, but it had held its own with honor. And the same may be said of our left battle. At last the attack slackened, and Sarrais's army drew back, having, I began to think, had enough of it. On this point, however, I was soon undeceived, for splitting up her cavalry into comparatively small squadrons, she charged us furiously with them all along the line, and then once more sullenly rolled her. Tens of thousands of sword and spearmen down upon our weakened squares and squadrons, Sarraz herself directing the movement, as fearless as a lioness heading the main attack. On they came like an avalanche. I saw her golden helm gleaming in the van, our countercharges of cavalry entirely failing to check their forward sweep. Now they had struck us, and our center bent in like a bow. Beneath the weight of their rush, it parted, and had not the 10,000 men in reserve charged down to its support, it must have been utterly destroyed. As for Good's 3 squares, they were swept backwards like boats upon an incoming tide, and the foremost one was burst into and lost half its remaining men. But the effort was too fierce and terrible to last. Suddenly the battle came, as it were, to a turning point, and for a minute or two stood still. Then it began to move toward Sarraz's camp. Just then, too, Nasta's fierce and almost invincible Highlanders, either because they were disheartened by their losses or by way of a ruse, fell back, and the remains of Good's gallant squares, leaving the positions they had held for so many hours, cheered wildly and rashly followed them down the slope, whereon the swarms of swordsmen turned to envelop them and once more flung themselves upon them with a yell. Taken thus on every side, what remained of the first square was quickly destroyed, and I perceived that the second, in which I could see Good himself mounted on a large horse, was on the point of annihilation. A few more minutes and it was broken, its streaming colors sank, and I lost sight of Good in the confused and hideous slaughter that ensued. Presently, however, a cream-colored horse with a snow-white mane and tail burst from the ruins of the square and came rushing past me, riderless and with wide streaming reins, and in it I recognized the charger that Good had been riding. Then I hesitated no longer, but taking with me half my effective cavalry force, which now amounted to between 4,000 and 5,000 men, I commended myself to God, and, without waiting for orders, I charged straight. Down upon Nasta's swordsmen. Seeing me coming and being warned by the thunder of my horse's hoofs, the majority of them faced round and gave us a right warm welcome. Not an inch would they yield. In vain did we hack and trample them down as we plowed a broad red furrow through their thousands. They seemed to re-arise by hundreds, driving their terrible sharp swords into our horses, or severing their hamstrings, and then hacking the troopers who came to the ground with them almost into pieces. My horse was speedily killed under me, but luckily I had a fresh one, my own favorite, a coal-black mare Nylepta had given me, being held in reserve behind, and on this I afterwards mounted. Meanwhile, I had to get along as best I could, for I was pretty well lost sight of by my men in the mad confusion of the moment. My voice, of course, could not be heard in the midst of the clanging of steel and the shrieks of rage and agony. Presently I found myself mixed up with the remnants of the square, which had formed round its leader, Good, and was fighting desperately for existence. I stumbled against somebody, and glancing down, caught sight of Good's eyeglass. He had been beaten to his knee. Over him was a great fellow swinging a heavy sword. Somehow I managed to run the man through with the sime I had taken from the Masai whose hand I had cut off. But as I did so, he dealt me a frightful blow on the left side and breast with the sword, and though my chain shirt saved my life, I felt that I was badly hurt. For a minute I fell onto my hands and knees among the dead and dying, and turned sick and faint. When I came to again, I saw that Nasta's spearmen, or rather those of them who remained, were retreating back across the stream, and that Good was there by me smiling sweetly. "Near go that," he shouted, "but all's well that ends well." I assented, but I could not help feeling that it had not ended well for me. I was sorely hurt. Just then we saw the smaller bodies of cavalry stationed on our extreme right, and left, and which were now reinforced by the 3,000 sabers which we had held in reserve, flash out like arrows from their posts, and fall upon the disordered flanks of Sorace's forces, and that charge decided the issue of the battle. In another minute or two the enemy was in slow and sullen retreat across the little stream, where they once more reformed. Then came another lull, during which I managed to get a second horse, and received my orders to advance from Sir Henry, and then with one fierce deep-throated roar, with a waving of banners and a wide flashing of steel, the remains of our army took the offensive and began to sweep down, slowly indeed, but irresistibly from the positions they had so gallantly held all day. At last it was our turn to attack. On we moved over the piled-up masses of dead and dying, and were approaching the stream, when suddenly I perceived an extraordinary sight. Galloping wildly towards us, his arms tightly clasped around his horse's neck, against which his blanched cheek was tightly pressed, was a man arrayed in the full costume of a Zuvandi general, but in whom, as he came nearer, I recognized none other than our lost Alphonse. It was impossible even then to mistake those curling mustachios. In a minute he was tearing through our ranks and narrowly escaped being cut down, till at last somebody caught his horse's bridle, and he was brought to me just as a momentary halt occurred in our advance to allow what remained of our shattered squares to form into line. "Ah, monsieur," he gasped out in a voice that was nearly inarticulate with fright, "grace to the sky, it is you! Ah, what I have endured! But you win, monsieur, you win. They fly the latches. But listen, monsieur, I forget. It is no good. The queen is to be murdered tomorrow at the first light in the palace of Molossus. Her guards will leave their posts, and the priests are going to kill her. Ah, yes, they little thought it, but I was ensconced beneath a banner, and I heard it." All. "What?" I said, horror-struck. "What do you mean?" "What I say, monsieur. That devil of a Nasta, he went last night to settle the affair with the Archbishop, Agin. The guard will leave open the little gate leading from the great stair and go away, and Nasta and Agin's priests will come in and kill her. Themselves they would not kill her. come with me," I said, and, shouting to the staff officer next to me to take over the command, I snatched his bridle and galloped as hard as I could for the spot, between a quarter and half a mile off, where I saw the royal pennon flying, and where I knew that I should find Curtis if he were still alive. On we tore, our horses clearing heaps of dead and dying men, and splashing through pools of blood, on past the long broken lines of spearmen, to where, mounted on the white stallion Nyleptha had sent to him as a parting gift, I saw Sir Henry's form. Towering above the generals who surrounded him. Just as we reached him, the advance began again. A bloody cloth was bound around his head, but I saw that his eye was as bright and keen as ever. Beside him was old Umslopogaas, his axe red with blood, but looking quite fresh and uninjured. "What's wrong, Quatermain?" he shouted. "Everything. There is a plot to murder the Queen tomorrow at dawn. Alphonse here, who has just escaped from Sorais, has overheard it all." And I rapidly repeated to him what the Frenchman had told me. Curtis's face turned deadly pale and his jaw dropped. "At dawn," he gasped, "and it is now sunset. It dawns before 4, and we are nearly 100 miles off, 9 hours at the outside. What is to be done?" An idea entered into my head. "Is that horse of yours fresh?" I said. "Yes, I have only just got onto him when my last was killed, and he has been fed. So is mine. Get off him, and let Umslopogaas mount. He can ride well. We will be at Molosses before dawn, or if we are not well, we cannot help it. No, no, it is impossible for you to leave now. You would be seen, and it would turn the fate of the battle. It is not half won yet. The soldiers would think you were making a bolt of it. Quick now." In a moment he was down, and at my bidding, Umslopogaas sprang into the empty saddle. "Now farewell," I said. "Send 1,000 horsemen with remounts after us, in an hour if possible. Stay, dispatch a general to the left wing to take over the command, and explain my absence. You will do your best to save her, Quatermain," he said in a broken voice. "Aye, that I will. Go on. You are being left behind." He cast one glance at us, and accompanied by his staff galloped off to join the advance, which by this time was fording the little brook that now ran red with the blood of the fallen. As for Umslopogaas and myself, we left that dreadful field as arrows leave a bow, and in a few minutes had passed right out of the sight of slaughter, the smell of blood, and the turmoil and shouting, which only came to our ears as a faint, far-off roaring like the sound of distant breakers. Chapter 21. Away, away. At the top of the rise we halted for a second to breathe our horses, and turning, glanced at the battle beneath us, which, illumined as it was by the fierce rays of the sinking sun staining the whole scene red, looked from where we were more like some wild titanic picture than an actual hand-to-hand combat. The distinguishing scenic effect from that distance was the countless distinct flashes of light reflected from the swords and spears. Otherwise the panorama was not so grand as might have been expected. The great green lap of sward in which the struggle was being fought out, the bold round outline of the hills behind, and the wide sweep of the plain beyond, seemed to dwarf it. And what was tremendous enough when one was in it, grew insignificant when viewed from the distance. But is it not thus with all the affairs and doings of our race about which we blow the loud trumpet, and make such a fuss and worry? How utterly ant-like and morally and physically insignificant must they seem to the calm eyes that watch them from the arching depths above. "We win the day, Macumazahn," said old Umslopogaas, taking in the whole situation with a glance of his practiced eye. Look, the lady of the knight's forces give on every side. There is no stiffness left in them. They bend like hot iron. They are fighting with but half a heart. But alas, the battle will in a manner be drawn, for the darkness gathers, and the regiments will not be able to follow and slay. And he shook his head sadly. But, he added, I do not think that they will fight again. We have fed them with too strong a meat. Ah, it is well to have lived. At last I have seen a fight worth seeing. By this time we were on our way again, and as we went side by side, I told him what our mission was, and how that, if it failed, all the lives that had been lost that day would have been lost in vain. Ah, he said, nigh on 100 miles, and no horses but these, and to be there before the dawn. Well, away, away. Men can but try, Macumazahn, and mayhap we shall be there in time to split that old witch-finder's egg and skull for him. Once he wanted to burn us, the old rainmaker, did he? And now he would set a snare for my mother, Nylipta, would he? Good. So sure as my name is the name of the woodpecker, so surely, be my mother alive or dead, will I split him to the beard. Aye, by T'Chaka's head I swear it. And he shook in Kosikas as he galloped. By now the darkness was closing in, but fortunately there would be a moon later, and the road was good. On we sped through the twilight. The two splendid horses we bestrode had got their wind by this, and were sweeping along with a wide, steady stride that neither failed nor varied for mile upon mile. Down the side of slopes we galloped, across wide vales that stretched to the foot of far-off hills. Nearer and nearer grew the blue hills. Now we were traveling up their steeps, and now we were over and passing towards others that sprang up like visions in the far faint distance beyond. On, never pausing or drawing rein, through the perfect quiet of the night that was set like a song to the falling music of our horses' hoofs. On, past deserted villages, where only some forgotten, starving dog howled a melancholy welcome. On, past lonely moated dwellings. On, through the white patchy moonlight that lay coldly upon the wide bosom of the earth, as though there was no warmth in it. On, knee to knee, for hour after hour. We spake not, but bent us forward on the necks of those two glorious horses, and listened to their deep, long-drawn breaths as they filled their great lungs, and to the regular unfaltering ring of their round hoofs. Grim and black indeed did old Umslopogaas look beside me, mounted upon the great white horse, like death in the Revelation of St. John, as now and again lifting his fierce set face, he gazed out along the road and pointed with his axe towards some distant rise or house, and so on, still on, without break or pause for hour after hour. At last I felt that even the splendid animal that I rode was beginning to give out. I looked at my watch. It was nearly midnight, and we were considerably more than halfway. On the top of a rise was a little spring, which I remembered because I had slept by it a few nights before, and here I motioned to Umslopogaas to pull up, having determined to give the horses and ourselves 10 minutes to breathe in. He did so, and we dismounted, that is to say, Umslopogaas did, and then helped me off, for what with fatigue, stiffness, and the pain of my wound, I could not do so for myself. And then the gallant horses stood panting there, resting first one leg and then another, while the sweat fell drip, drip from them, and the steam rose and hung in pale clouds in the still night air. Leaving Umslopogaas to hold the horses, I hobbled to the spring and drank deep of its sweet waters. I had had nothing but a single mouthful of wine since midday, when the battle began, and I was parched up, though my fatigue was too great to allow me to feel hungry. Then, having laved my fevered head and hands, I returned, and the Zulu went and drank. Next we allowed the horses to take a couple of mouthfuls each, no more, and oh, what a struggle we had to get the poor beasts away from the water. There were yet 2 minutes, and I employed it in hobbling up and down to try and relieve my stiffness, and in inspecting the condition of the horses. My mare, gallant animal though she was evidently much distressed. She hung her head, and her eye looked sick and dull. But Daylight now left this glorious horse who, if he has served her right, should, like the steeds who saved great Rameses in his need, feed for the rest of his days out of a golden manger, was still comparatively speaking fresh, notwithstanding the fact that he had by far the heavier weight to carry. He was tucked up indeed, and his legs were weary, but his eye was bright and clear, and he held his shapely head up and gazed out into the darkness round him in a way that seemed to say, that whoever failed, he was good for those 45 miles that yet lay between us and Melosis. Then Umslopogaas helped me into the saddle, and vigorous old savage that he was, vaulted into his own without touching a stirrup, and we were off once more, slowly at first, till the horses got into their stride, and then more swiftly. So we passed over another 10 miles, and then came a long, weary rise of some 6 or 7 miles, and 3 times did my poor black mare nearly come to the ground with me. But on the top she seemed to gather herself together and rattled down the slope with long convulsive strides, breathing in gasps. We did that 3 or 4 miles more swiftly than any since we had started on our wild ride. But I felt it to be a last effort, and I was right. Suddenly my poor horse took the bit between her teeth and bolted furiously along a stretch of level ground for some 300 or 400 yards, and then with 2 or 3 jerky strides pulled herself up and fell with a crash right onto her head, I rolling myself free as she did so. As I struggled to my feet, the brave beast raised her head and looked at me with piteous bloodshot eyes, and then her head dropped with a groan, and she was dead. Her heart was broken. Umslopogaas pulled up beside the carcase, and I looked at him in dismay. There were still more than 20 miles to do by dawn, and how were we to do it with one horse? It seemed hopeless, but I had forgotten the old Zulu's extraordinary running powers. Without a single word, he sprang from the saddle and began to hoist me into it. "What wilt thou do?" I asked. "Run," he answered, seizing my stirrup leather. Then off we went again, almost as fast as before, and oh, the relief it was to me to get that change of horses. Anybody who has ever ridden against time will know what it meant. Daylight sped along at a long stretching hand gallop, giving the gaunt Zulu a lift at every stride. It was a wonderful thing to see old Umslopogaas run mile after mile, his lips slightly parted and his nostrils agape like the horses. Every 5 miles or so we stopped for a few minutes to let him get his breath, and then flew on again. "Canst thou go farther?" I said at the third of these stoppages, "or shall I leave thee to follow me?" He pointed with his axe to a dim mass before us. It was the Temple of the Sun, now not more than 5 miles away. "I reach it, or I die," he gasped. "Oh, that last 5 miles!" The skin was ripped from the inside of my legs, and every movement of my horse gave me anguish. Nor was that all. I was exhausted. With toil, want of food and sleep, and also suffering very much from the blow I had received on my left side. It seemed as though a piece of bone or something was slowly piercing into my lung. poor daylight, too, was pretty nearly finished, and no wonder. But there was a smell of dawn in the air, and we might not stay. Better that all three of us should die upon the road than that we should linger while there was life in us. The air was thick and heavy, as it sometimes is before the dawn breaks, and another infallible sign in certain parts of Zuvindis that sunrise is at hand. Hundreds of little spiders pendant on the end of long tough webs were floating about in it. These early rising creatures, or rather their webs, caught upon the horses and our own forms by scores, and, as we had neither the time nor the energy to brush them off, we rushed along covered with hundreds of long gray threads that streamed out a yard or more behind us, and a very strange appearance they must have given us. And now before us are the huge brazen gates of the outer wall of the frowning city, and a new and horrible doubt strikes me. What if they will not let us in? Open, open, I shout imperiously, at the same time giving the royal password. Open, open! A messenger with tidings of the war. What news? Cried the guard. And who art thou that ridest so madly? And who is that whose tongue lolls out? And it actually did, and who runs by thee like a dog by a chariot? It is the Lord Macumazahn, and with him is his dog, his black dog. Open, open! I bring tidings. The great gates ran back on their rollers, and the drawbridge fell with a rattling crash, and we dashed on through the one and over the other. What news, my lord, what news? Cried the guard. Incubu rolls Sorais back, as the wind a cloud, I answered, and was gone. One more effort, gallant horse, and yet more gallant man. So, fall not now, daylight, and hold thy life in thee for 15 short minutes more, old Zulu war dog, and ye shall both live forever in the annals of the land. On, clattering through the sleeping streets. We are passing the flower temple now 1 mile more. Only 1 little mile, hold on. Keep your life in thee, see the houses run past of themselves. Up, good horse. Up there, but 50 yards now. Ah! You see your stables, and stagger on gallantly. Thank God, the palace at last. And see, the first arrows of the dawn are striking on the temple's golden dome. 22. But shall I get in here, or is the deed done and the way barred? 22. Of course, the roof of the temple, being so high, caught the light some. Time before the breaking of the dawn. A.Q. Once more I give the password and shout, "Open, open!" No answer, and my heart grows very faint. Again I call, and this time a single voice replies, and to my joy I recognize it as belonging to Kara, a fellow officer of Nyleptha's guards, a man I know to be as honest as the light indeed, the same whom Nyleptha had sent to arrest Soraces on the day she fled to the temple. "Is it thou, Kara?" I cry. "I am Macumazahn. Bid the guard let down the bridge and throw wide the gate. Quick, quick!" Then followed a space that seemed to me endless, but at length the bridge fell, and 1/2 of the gate opened, and we got into the courtyard, where at last poor daylight fell down beneath me, as I thought. Dead. Except Kara there was. Nobody to be seen, and his look was wild, and his garments were all torn. He had opened the gate and let down the bridge alone, and was now getting them up and shut again, as owing to a very ingenious arrangement of cranks and levers, one man could easily do, and indeed generally did do. "Where are the guard?" I gasped, fearing his answer as I never feared anything before. "I know not," he answered. 2 hours ago, as I slept, was I seized and bound by the watch under me, and but now, this very moment, have I freed myself with my teeth. I greatly fear, that we are betrayed." His words gave me fresh energy. Catching him by the arm, I staggered, followed by Umslopogahas, who reeled after us like a drunken man, through the courtyards, up the great hall which was silent as the grave, towards the queen's sleeping place. We reached the first ante-room, no guards. The second, still no guards. Oh, surely the thing was done. We were too late after all. Too late. The silence and solitude of those great chambers was dreadful, and weighed me down like an evil dream. On, right into Nyleptha's chamber we rushed and staggered, sick at heart, fearing the very worst. We saw there was a light in it, aye, and a figure bearing the light. Oh, thank God, it is the White Queen herself, the Queen unharmed. There she stands in her night gear, roused by the clatter of our coming. From her bed, the heaviness of sleep yet in her eyes, and a red blush of fear and shame mantling her lovely breast and cheek. "Who is it?" she cries. "What means this? O Macumazahn, is it thou? Why lookest thou so wildly? Thou comest as one bearing evil tidings, and my lord. Oh, tell me, not, my lord is dead, not dead," she wailed, wringing her white hands. "I left in Cubi wounded, but leading the advance against Soris last night at sundown. Therefore let thy heart have rest. Sorais is beaten back all along her lines, and thy arms prevail." "I knew it," she cried in triumph. "I knew that he would win." And they called him Outlander, and shook their wise heads when I gave him the command. "Last night at sundown, sayest thou, and it is not yet dawn?" "Surely throw a cloak around thee, Nylepetha," I broke in, "and give us wine to drink. Ay, and call thy maidens quick if thou wouldst save thyself alive. Nay, stay not." Thus adjured, she ran and called through the curtains towards some room beyond, and then hastily put on her sandals and a thick cloak, by which time a dozen or so of half-dressed women were pouring into the room. "Follow us, and be silent," I said to them as they gazed with wondering eyes, clinging one to another. So we went into the first ante-room. "Now," I said, "give us wine to drink and food, if you have it, for we are near to death." The room was used as a mess room for the officers of the guards, and from a cupboard some flagons of wine and some cold flesh were brought forth, and Umslopogaas and I drank, and felt life flow back into our veins as the good red wine went down. "Part to me, Nyleptha," I said as I put down the empty tankard. "Hast thou here among these thy waiting ladies any two of discretion?" "Aye," she said, "surely." "Then bid them go out by the side entrance to any citizens whom thou canst bethink thee of as men loyal to thee, and pray them come armed with all honest folk that they can gather to rescue thee from death. Nay, question not, do as I say, and quickly. Kara here will let out the maids." She turned, and selecting two of the crowd of damsels, repeated the words I had uttered, giving them besides a list of the names of the men to whom each should run. "Go swiftly and secretly, go for your very lives," I added. In another moment they had left with Kara, whom I told to rejoin us at the door leading from the great courtyard onto the stairway as soon as he had made fast behind the girls. Thither, too, Umslopogaas and I made our way, followed by the queen and her women. As we went, we tore off mouthfuls of food, and between them I told her what I knew of the danger which encompassed her, and how we found Kara, and how all the guards and men servants were gone, and she was alone with her women in that great place. And she told me, too, that a rumor had spread through the town that our army had been utterly destroyed. And that Sarius was marching in triumph on Melosis, and how in consequence thereof all men had fallen away from her. Though all this takes some time to tell, we had not been but 6 or 7 minutes in the palace. And notwithstanding that the golden roof of the temple, being very lofty, was ablaze with the rays of the rising sun, it was not yet dawn, nor would be for another 10 minutes. We were in the courtyard now, and here my wound pained me so that I had to take Nyleptha's arm, while Umslopogabaz rolled along after us, eating as he went. Now we were across it, and had reached the narrow doorway through the palace wall that opened onto the mighty stair. I looked through and stood aghast, as well I might. The door was gone, and so were the outer gates of bronze entirely gone. They had been taken from their hinges, and as we afterwards found, hurled from the stairway to the ground, too. Hundred feet beneath. There in front of us was the semicircular standing space, about twice the size of a large oval dining table, and the 10 curved black marble steps leading on to the main stair, and that was all. Chapter 22, How Umslopogabaz healed the stair. We looked at one another. Thou seest, I said, they have taken away the door. Is there aught with which we may fill the place? Speak quickly, for they will be on us ere the daylight. I spoke thus because I knew that we must hold this place or none, as there were no inner doors in the palace, the rooms being separated one from another by curtains. I also knew that if we could by any means defend this doorway, the murderers could get in nowhere else, for the palace is absolutely impregnable, that is, since the secret door by which Sarius had entered on that memorable night of attempted murder had, by Nyleptha's order, been closed up with masonry. I have it, said Nyleptha, who, as usual with her, rose to the emergency in a wonderful way. On the farther side of the courtyard are blocks of cut marble. The workmen brought them there for the bed of the new statue of Enkibu. My! Lord, let us block the door with them. I jumped at the idea, and having dispatched one of the remaining maidens down the great stair to see if she could obtain assistance from the docks below, where her father, who was a great merchant employing many men, had his dwelling place, and set another to watch through the doorway, we made our way back across the courtyard to where the hewn marble lay, and here we met Kara, returning from dispatching the first 2 messengers. There were the marble blocks, sure enough, broad, massive lumps, some 6 inches thick, and weighing about 80 pounds each, and there, too, were a couple of implements like small stretchers that the workmen used to carry them on. Without delay, we got some of the blocks onto the stretchers, and 4 of the girls carried them to the doorway. Listen, Macumazahn, said Umslopogabaz, if those low fellows come, it is I who. Will hold the stair against them till the door is built up. Nay, nay, it will be a man's death. Gainsay me not, old friend. It has been a good day. Let it now be good night. See, I throw myself down to rest on the marble there. When their footsteps are nigh, wake thou me, not before, for I need my strength." And without a word he went outside and flung himself down on the marble, and was instantly asleep. At this time I too was overcome, and was forced to sit down by the doorway and content myself with directing operations. The girls brought the block, while Kara and Alepsa built them up across the 6-foot-wide doorway. A triple row of them for less would be useless. But the marble had to be brought 40 yards, and then there were 40 yards to run back, and though the girls labored gloriously, even staggering along alone, each with a block in her arms, it was slow work, dreadfully slow. The light was growing now, and presently, in the silence, we heard a commotion at the far bottom of the stair, and the faint clinking of armed men. As yet, the wall was only 2 feet high, and we had been 8 minutes at the building of it. So they had come. Alphonse had heard aright. The clanking sound came nearer, and in the ghostly gray of the dawning, we could make out long files of men, some 50 or so in all, slowly creeping up the stair. They were now at the halfway standing place that rested on the great flying arch, and here, perceiving that something was going on above, they, to our great gain, halted for 3 or 4 minutes and consulted, then slowly and cautiously advanced again. We had been nearly a quarter of an hour at the work now, and it was almost 3 feet high. Then I woke Umslopogaas. The great man rose, stretched himself, and swung. And Kosi Kas round his head. "It is well," he said. "I feel as a young man once more. My strength has come back to me, aye, even as a lamp flares up before it dies. Fear not, I shall fight a good fight. The wine and the sleep have put a new heart into me. Macumazahn, I have dreamed a dream. I dreamed that thou and I stood together on the star, and looked down on the world, and thou wast as a spirit, Macumazahn, for light flamed through thy flesh, but I could not see what was the fashion of mine own face. The hour has come for us, old hunter. So be it, we have had our time, but I would that in it I had seen some more such fights as yesterday's. Let them bury me after the fashion of my people, Macumazahn, and set my eyes toward Zuland." And he took my hand and shook it, and then turned to face the advancing foe. Just then, to my astonishment, the Zuvindi officer Kara clambered over our improvised wall in his quiet, determined sort of way, and took his stand by the Zulu, unsheathing his sword as he did so. "What, comest thou too?" laughed out the old warrior. "Welcome, a welcome to thee, brave heart. Ow! For the man who can die like a man. Ow! For the death grip and the ringing of steel. Ow! We are ready. We whet our beaks like eagles, our spears flash in the sun. We shake our assegays, and are hungry to fight. Who comes to give greeting to the chieftains? Nkosi Kas, who would taste her kiss, whereof the fruit is death? I, the woodpecker, I, the slaughterer, I, the swift-footed. I, Umslopogaas, of the tribe of the Makilasini, of the people of Amazulu, a captain of the regiment of the Gomabakosi. I, Umslopogaas, the son of Indabazimbi, the son of Arpi, the son of Mosalikaatse, I of the royal blood of Tukaka, I of the king's house, I of the royal blood of Tukaka, I of the king's house, I the ringed man, I the Induna. I call to them as a buck calls, Ow, it is thou, it is thou. As he spake, or rather chanted, his wild war song, the armed men, among whom in the growing light I recognized both Nasta and Agon, came streaming up the stair with a rush, and one big fellow, armed with a heavy spear, dashed up the 10 semicircular steps ahead of his comrades and struck at the great Zulu with the spear. Umslopogaas moved his body, but not his legs, so that the blow missed him, and next instant Nkosi Kas crashed through headpiece, hair, and skull, and the man's corpse was rattling down the steps. As he dropped, his round hippopotamus hide shield fell from his hand onto the marble, and the Zulu stooped down and seized it, still chanting as he did so. In another second, the sturdy Kara had also slain a man, and then began a scene, the like of which has not been known to me. Up rushed the assailants, 1, 2, 3 at a time, and as fast as they came, the axe crashed and the sword swung, and down they rolled again, dead or dying. And ever as the fight thickened, the old Zulu's eye seemed to get quicker and his arms stronger. He shouted out his war cries and the names of chiefs whom he had slain, and the blows of his awful axe rained straight and true, shearing through everything they fell on. There was none of the scientific method he was so fond of about this last immortal fight of his. He had no time for it, but struck with his full strength, and at every stroke a man sank in his tracks and went rattling down the marble steps. They hacked and hewed at him with swords and spears, wounding him in a dozen places till he streamed red with blood, but the shield protected his head and the chain shirt his vitals, and for minute after minute, aided by the gallant Zu-Vendi, he still held the stair. At last, Kara's sword broke, and he grappled with the foe, and they rolled down together, and he was cut to pieces, dying like the brave man that he was. Umslopogaas was alone now, but he never blinched or turned. Shouting out some wild Zulu battle cry, he beat down a foe, aye, and another, till at last they drew back from the slippery blood-stained steps and stared at him with amazement, thinking that he was no mortal man. The wall of marble block was 4 feet 6 high now, and hope rose in my heart as I leaned there against it, a miserable, helpless log, and ground my teeth and watched that glorious struggle. I could do no more, for I had lost my revolver in the battle. And old Umslopogaas, he leaned too on his good axe, and, faint as he was with wounds, he mocked them, he called them women, the grand old warrior, standing there one against so many, and for a breathing space none would come against him, notwithstanding Nasta's exhortations, till at last old Agon, who, to do him justice, was a brave man, mad with baffled rage, and seeing that the wall would soon be built and his plans defeated, shook the great spear he held and rushed up the dripping steps. "Ah, ah!" shouted the Zulu as he recognized the priest's flowing white beard. "It is thou, old witch-finder! Come on! I await thee, white medicine man! Come on! Come on! I have sworn to slay thee, and I ever keep my faith." On he came, taking him at his word, and drave the big spear with such force at Umslopogaas that it sunk right through the tough shield and pierced him in the neck. The Zulu cast down the transfixed shield, and that moment was Agon's last, for before he could free his spear and strike again, with a shout of, "There's for thee, Rainmaker!" Umslopogaas gripped Nkosi Kas with both hands, and whirled on high and drave her right onto his venerable head, so that Agon rolled down dead among the corpses of his fellow murderers, and there was an end to him and his plots altogether. And even as he fell, a great cry rose from the foot of the stair, and looking out through the portion of the doorway that was yet unclosed, we saw armed men rushing up to the rescue, and called an answer to their shouts. Then the would-be murderers who yet remained on the stairway, and amongst whom I saw several priests, turned to fly, but, having nowhere to go, were butchered as they fled. Only one man stayed, and he was the great Lord Nasta, Nyleptha's suitor, and the father of the plot. For a moment the black-bearded Nasta stood with bowed face leaning on his long sword as though in despair, and then, with a dreadful shout, he too rushed up at the Zulu and, swinging the glittering sword around his head, dealt him such a mighty blow beneath his guard that the keen steel of the heavy blade bit right through the chain armor and deep into Umslopoga's side, for a moment paralyzing him and causing him to drop his axe. Raising the sword again, Nasta sprang forward to make an end of him, but little he knew his foe. With a shake and a yell of fury, the Zulu gathered himself together and sprang straight at Nasta's throat, as I have sometimes seen a wounded lion spring. He struck him full as his foot was on the topmost stair, and his long arms closing round him like iron bands, down they rolled together, struggling furiously. Nasta was a strong man and a desperate, but he could not match the strongest man in Zululand, sore wounded though he was, whose strength was as the strength of a bull. In a minute the end came. I saw old Umslopoga stagger to his feet, and saw him by a single gigantic effort swing up the struggling Nasta, and with a shout of triumph hurl him straight over the parapet of the bridge to be crushed to powder on the rocks 200 feet below. The succor which had been summoned by the girl who had passed down the stair before the assassins passed up was at hand, and the loud shouts which reached us from the outer gates told us that the town was also aroused, and the men awakened by the women were calling to be admitted. Some of Nyleptha's brave ladies, who in their night shifts and with their long hair streaming down their backs, just as they had been aroused from rest, went off to admit them at the side entrance, whilst others, assisted by the rescuing party outside, pushed and pulled down the marble blocks they had placed there with so much labor. Soon the wall was down again, and through the doorway, followed by a crowd of rescuers, staggered old Umslopogaas, an awful and, in a way, a glorious figure. The man was a mass of wounds, and a glance at his wild eye told me that he was dying. The Keshla gum ring upon his head was severed in 2 places by sword cuts, one just over the curious hole in his skull, and the blood poured down his face from the gashes. Also on the right side of his neck was a stab from a spear, inflicted by Aggan. There was a deep cut on his left arm just below where the male shirt sleeve stopped, and on the right side of his body the armor was severed by a gash 6 inches long, where Nasta's mighty sword had bitten through it and deep into its wearer's vitals. On, axe in hand, he staggered, that dreadful-looking splendid savage, and the ladies forgot to turn faint at the scene of blood, and cheered him, as well they might, but he never stayed or heeded. With outstretched arms and tottering gait he pursued his way, followed by us all along the broad shell-strewn walk that ran through the courtyard, past the spot where the blocks of marble lay, through the round arched doorway and the thick curtains that hung within it, down the short passage and into the great hall, which was now filling with hastily armed men, who poured through the side entrance. Straight up the hall he went, leaving behind him a track of blood on the marble pavement, till at last he reached the sacred stone which stood in the center of it, and here his strength seemed to fail him, for he stopped and leaned upon his axe. Then suddenly he lifted up his voice and cried aloud, "I die, I die." But it was a kingly fray. Where are they who came up the great stair? I see them not. Art thou there, Macumazahn, or art thou gone before to? Wait for me in the dark whither I go. The blood blinds me, the place turns round, I hear the voice of waters. Next, as though a new thought had struck him, he lifted the red axe and kissed the blade. "Farewell, Inkosikaas," he cried. "Nay, nay, we will go together. We cannot part, thou and I. We have lived too long one with another, thou and I. One more stroke, only one. A good stroke, only one. A good stroke, a straight stroke. A strong stroke." And drawing himself to his full height, with a wild heart-shaking shout, he with both hands began to whirl the axe round his head, till it looked like a circle of flaming steel. Then suddenly, with awful force, he brought it down straight onto the crown of the mass of sacred stone. A shower of sparks flew up, and such was the almost superhuman strength of the blow, that the massive marble split with a rending sound into a score of pieces, whilst of Inkosikaas there remained but some fragments of steel and a fibrous rope of shattered horn that had been the handle. Down with a crash onto the pavement fell the fragments of the holy stone, and down with a crash onto them, still grasping the knob of Inkosikaas, fell the brave old Zulu dead. And thus the hero died. A gasp of wonder and astonishment rose from all those who witnessed the extraordinary sight, and then somebody cried, "The prophecy! The prophecy! He has shattered the sacred stone!" And at once a murmuring arose. "Aye," said Nyleptha, with that quick wit which distinguishes her. "Aye, my people, he has shattered the stone, and behold the prophecy is fulfilled, for a stranger king rules in Zu-Vendis. Incubu, my lord, hath beat Sorosbek, and I fear her no more, and to him who hath saved the crown it shall surely be. And this man," she said, turning to me and laying her hand upon my shoulder, "wot ye that, though wounded in the fight of yesterday, he rode with that old warrior?" "Who lies there 100 miles twixt sunset and rise to save me from the plots of cruel men. Aye, and he has saved me by a very little, and therefore because of the deeds that they have done, deeds of glory, such as our history cannot show the like. Therefore I say that the name of Macumazahn and the name of dead Umslopogaas, aye, and the name of Kara, my servant, who aided him to hold the stair, shall be blazoned in letters of gold above my throne, and shall be glorious forever while the land endures. I, the Queen, have said it." This spirited speech was met with loud cheering, and I said that after all we had only done our duty, as it is the fashion of both Englishmen and Zulus to do, and there was nothing to make an outcry about, at which they cheered still more, and then I was supported across the outer courtyard to my old quarters in order that I might be put to bed. As I went, my eyes lit upon the brave horse Daylight that lay there, his white head outstretched on the pavement, exactly as he had fallen on entering the yard, and I bade those who supported me take me near him, that, I might look on the good beast once more before he was dragged away. And as I looked, to my astonishment, he opened his eyes and, lifting his head a little, whinnied faintly. I could have shouted for joy to find that he was not dead, only unfortunately I had not a shout left in me. But as it was, grooms were sent for, and he was lifted up and wine poured down his throat, and in a fortnight he was as well and strong as ever, and is the pride and joy of all the people of Milosis, who, whenever they see him, point him out to the little children as the horse which saved the White Queen's life. Then I went on and got off to bed, and was washed and had my mail shirt removed. They hurt me a great deal in getting it off, and no wonder, for on my left breast and side was a black bruise the size of a saucer. The next thing that I remember was the tramp of horsemen outside the palace wall, some 10 hours later. I raised myself and asked what was the news, and they, told me that a large body of cavalry sent by Curtis to assist the Queen had arrived from the scene of the battle, which they had left 2 hours after sundown. When they left, the wreck of Sir Race's army was in full retreat upon Marstuna, followed by all our effective cavalry. Sir Henry was encamping the remains of his worn-out forces on the site. Such is the fortune of war that Sir Race had occupied the night before, and proposed marching to Marstuna on the morrow. Having heard this, I felt that I could die with a light heart, and then everything became a blank. When next I awoke, the first thing I saw was the round disc of a sympathetic eyeglass, behind which was Good. "How are you getting on, old chap?" said a voice from the neighborhood of the eyeglass. "What are you doing here?" I asked faintly. "You ought to be at Marstuna. Have you run away, or what?" "Marstuna," he replied cheerfully. "Ah, Marstuna fell last week. You've been unconscious for a fortnight. You see, with all the honors of war, you know, trumpets blowing, flags flying, just as though they had had the best of it. But for all that, weren't they glad to go? Israel made for his tents. I can tell you, never saw such a sight in my life." "And Sorayas?" I asked. "Sorais. Oh, Sorais is a prisoner. They gave her up, the scoundrels," he added, with a change of tone. "Sacrificed the Queen to save their skins, you see. She is being brought up here, and I don't know what will happen to her, poor soul." And he sighed. "Where is Curtis?" I asked. "He is with Nyleptha. She rode out to meet us today, and there was a grand do, I can tell you. He is coming to see you tomorrow. The doctors, for there is a medical faculty in Zuvindis, as elsewhere, thought that he had better not come today." I said nothing, but somehow I thought to myself that notwithstanding the doctors he might have given me a look. But there, when a man is newly married and has just gained a great victory, he is apt to listen to the advice of doctors, and quite right too. Just then I heard a familiar voice informing me that Monsieur must now couch himself, and looking up perceived Alphonse's enormous black mustachios curling away in the distance. "So you are here?" I said. "Mais oui, monsieur. The war is now finished. My military instincts are satisfied." And I returned to nurse Monsieur. I laughed, or rather tried to, but whatever may have been Alphonse's failings as a warrior, and I fear that he did not come up to the level of his heroic grandfather in this particular, showing thereby how true is the saying that it is a bad thing to be overshadowed by some great ancestral name, a better or kinder nurse never lived. Poor Alphonse! I hope he will always think of me as kindly as I think of him. On the morrow I saw Curtis and Nyleptha with him, and he told me the whole history of what had happened since Umslopogaas and I galloped wildly away from the battle to save the life of the Queen. It seemed to me that he had managed the thing exceedingly well, and showed great ability as a general. Of course, however, our loss had been dreadfully heavy indeed. I am afraid to say how many perished in the desperate battle I have described, but I know that the slaughter has appreciably affected the male population of the country. He was very pleased to see me, dear fellow, that he is, and thanked me with tears in his eyes for the little that I had been able to do. I saw him, however, start violently when his eyes fell upon my face. As for Nyleptha, she was positively radiant now that her dear lord had come back with no other injury than an ugly scar on his forehead. I do not believe that she allowed all the fearful slaughter that had taken place to weigh ever so little in the balance against this one fact, or even to greatly diminish her joy, and I cannot blame her for it, seeing that it is the nature of loving woman to look at all things through the spectacles of her love, and little does she reck of the misery of the many, if the happiness of the one be assured. That is human nature, which the positivists tell us is just perfection, so no doubt it is all right. And what art thou going to do with sore eyes? I asked her. Instantly her bright brow darkened to a frown. Soras, she said, with a little stamp of the foot. Ah, but Soras! Sir Henry hastened to turn the subject. You will soon be about and all right again now, old fellow, he said. I shook my head and laughed. Don't deceive yourselves, I said. I may be about for a little, but I shall never be all right again. I am a dying man, Curtis. I may die slow, but die I must. Do you know I have been spitting blood all the morning? I tell you there is something working away into my lung. I can feel it. There, don't look distressed. I have had my day and am ready to go. Give me the mirror, will you? I want to look at myself. He made some excuse, but I saw through it and insisted, and at last he handed me one of the discs of polished silver, set in a wooden frame, like a hand screen, which serve as looking-glasses in zoo vendees. I looked and put it down. Ah, I said quietly. I thought so, and you talk of my getting all right. I did not like to let them see how shocked I really was at my own appearance. My grizzled, stubby hair was turned snow-white, and my yellow face was shrunk like an aged woman's and had 2 deep purple rings painted beneath the eyes. Here Nalipta began to cry, and Sir Henry again turned the subject, telling me that the artist had taken a cast of the dead body of old Umslopogaas, and that a great statue in black marble was to be erected of him in the act of splitting the sacred stone, which was to be matched by another statue in white marble of myself and the horse Daylight as he appeared when, at the termination of that wild ride, he sank beneath me in the courtyard of the palace. I have since seen. These statues, which at the time of writing this, 6 months after the battle, are nearly finished, and very beautiful they are, especially that of Umslopogaas, which is exactly like him. As for that of myself, it is good, but they have idealized my ugly face a little, which is perhaps as well, seeing that thousands of people will probably look at it in the centuries to come, and it is not pleasant to look at ugly things. Then they told me that Umslopogaas' last wish had been carried out, and that instead of being cremated, as I shall be, after the usual custom here, he had been tied up, Zulu fashion, with his knees beneath his chin, and having been wrapped in a thin sheet of beaten gold, entombed in a hole hollowed out of the masonry of the semicircular space at the top of the stair he defended so splendidly, which faces, as far as we can judge, almost exactly towards Zealand. There he sits and will sit forever, for they embalmed him with spices and put him in an airtight stone coffer, keeping his grim watch beneath the spot he held alone against a multitude. And the people say that at night his ghost rises and stands, shaking the phantom of Nkosi Kas at phantom foes. Certainly they fear during the dark hours to pass the place where the hero is buried. Oddly enough, too, a new legend or prophecy has arisen in the land in that unaccountable way in which such things do arise among barbarous and semi-civilized people, blowing like the wind, no man knows whence. According to this saying, so long as the old Zulu sits there, looking down the stairway he defended when alive, so long will the new house of the stairway, springing from the union of the Englishman and Nyarlathotha, endure and flourish. But when he is taken from thence, or when ages after his bones at last crumble into dust, the house will fall, and the stairway shall fall, and the stairway shall fall, and the nation of the Zu-Vendi shall cease to be a nation. Chapter 23. I have spoken. It was a week after Naliptha's visit, when I had begun to get about a little in the middle of the day, that a message came to me from Sir Henry to say that Sir Rosses would be brought before them in the Queen's first antechamber at midday, and requesting my attendance if possible. Accordingly, greatly drawn by curiosity to see this unhappy woman once more, I made shift, with the help of that kind little fellow Alphonse, who is a perfect treasure to me, and that of another waiting man, to reach the antechamber. I got there, indeed, before anybody else, except a few of the great court officials who had been bidden to be present. But I had scarcely seated myself before Cerace was brought in by a party of guards, looking as beautiful and defiant as ever, but with a worn expression on her proud face. She was, as usual, dressed in her royal cap, emblazoned with the emblem of the sun, and in her right hand she still held the toy spear of silver. A pang of admiration and pity went through me as I looked at her, and struggling to my feet, I bowed deeply, at the same time expressing my sorrow that I was not able, owing to my condition, to remain standing before her. She colored a little and then laughed bitterly. "Thou dost forget, Macumazahn," she said. "I am no more a queen, save in blood. I am an outcast and a prisoner, one whom all men should scorn, and none show deference to." "At least," I replied, "thou art still a lady, and therefore one to whom deference is due. Also, thou art in an evil case, and therefore it is doubly due." "Ah," she answered with a little laugh, "thou dost forget that I would have wrapped thee in a sheet of gold, and hung thee to the angel's trumpet at the topmost pinnacle of the temple." "No," I answered, "I assure thee that I forgot it not. Indeed, I often thought of it when it seemed to me that the battle of the past was turning against us. But the trumpet is there, and I am still here, though perchance not for long, so why talk?" "Of it now? Ah," she went on, "the battle, the battle! Oh, would that I were once more a queen, if only for one little hour, and I would take such a vengeance on those accursed jackals who deserted me in my need, that it should only be spoken of in whispers, those women, those pigeon-hearted half-breeds, who suffered themselves to be overcome." And she choked in her wrath. "Aye, and that little coward beside thee," she went on, pointing at Alphonse with the silver spear, whereat he looked very uncomfortable. "He escaped and betrayed my plans. I tried to make a general of him, telling the soldiers it was Bougoin, and to scourge valor into him. Here." Alphonse shivered at some unhappy recollection, but it was of no avail. "He hid beneath a banner in my tent, and thus overheard my plans. I would that I had slain him, but alas! I held my hand. And thou, Macumazahn, I have heard of what thou didst. Thou art brave, and haste a loyal heart, and the black one too. Ah, he was a man. I would fain have seen him hurl Nasta from the stairway." "Thou art a strange woman, Cerace," I said. "I pray thee now, plead with the Queen Nyleptha, that perchance she may show mercy unto thee." She laughed out loud. "I plead for mercy," she said, and at that moment the Queen entered, accompanied by Sir Henry and Good, and took her seat with an impassive face. As for poor Good, he looked intensely ill at ease. "Greeting, Cerace," said Nyleptha, after a short pause. "Thou hast rent the kingdom like a rag. Thou hast put thousands of my people to the sword. Thou hast twice basely plotted to destroy my life by murder. Thou hast sworn to slay my lord and his companions, and to hurl me from the stairway. What hast thou to say, why thou shouldst not die? Speak, Osorius." Methinks my sister, the queen, hath forgotten the chief count of the indictment, answered Saris in her slow musical tones. It runs thus: Thou didst strive to win the love of my lord Incubu. It is for this crime that my sister will slay me, not because I levied war. It is perchance happy for thee, Nyleptha, that I fixed my mind upon his love too late. Listen, she went on, raising her voice. I had naught to say save that I would. I had won instead of lost. Do thou with me even as thou wilt, O Queen, and let my lord the king there, pointing to Sir Henry, for now will he be king, carry out the sentence, as it is meet he should. For as he is the beginning of the evil, let him also be the end. And she drew herself up, and shot one angry glance at him from her deep-fringed eyes, and then began to toy with her spear. Sir Henry bent towards Nyleptha and whispered something that I could not catch, and then the queen spoke. Sorais, ever have I been a good sister to thee. When our father died, and there was much talk in the land as to whether thou shouldst sit upon the throne with me, I being the elder, I gave my voice for thee and said, Nay, let her sit. She is twin with me. We were born at a birth, wherefore should the one be preferred before the other? And so has it ever been, twixt thee and me, my sister. But now thou knowest in what sort thou hast repaid me, but I have prevailed, and thy life is forfeit, Sorais. And yet art thou my sister, born at a birth with me, and we played together when we were little, and loved each other much, and at night we slept in the same cot with our arms each around the other's neck, and therefore even now does my heart go out to thee, Sora. But not for that would I spare thy life, for thy offence has been too heavy, it doth drag down the wide wings of my mercy, even to the ground. Also, while thou dost live, the land will never be at peace. Yet shalt thou not die, Sorcy, because my dear lord here hath begged thy life of me as a boon. Therefore, as a boon and as a marriage gift give I it to him, to do with even as he wills, knowing that, though thou dost love him, he loves thee not, Sorcy, for all thy beauty. Nay, though thou art lovely as the night and all her stars, O lady of the night, yet it is me his wife whom he loves, and not thee, and therefore do I give thy life to him. Soris flushed up to her eyes and said nothing, and I do not think that I ever saw a man look more miserable than did Sir Henry at that moment. Somehow, Nyleptha's way of putting the thing, though true and forcible enough, was not altogether pleasant. I understood, stammered Curtis, looking at Good. I understood that you are attached to the Queen Sorais. I am not aware what in short, the state of your feelings may be just now, but if they happen to be that, way inclined, it has struck me that, in short, it might put a satisfactory end to an unpleasant business. The lady also has ample private estates, where I am sure she would be at liberty to live unmolested as far as we are concerned. Eh, Nyleptha? Of course, I only suggest. So far as I am concerned, said Good, coloring up, I am quite willing to forget the past, and if the lady of the night thinks me worth the taking, I will marry her tomorrow, or when she likes, and try to make her a good husband. All eyes were now turned to Sorais, who stood with that same slow smile upon her beautiful face, which I had noticed the first time that I ever saw her. She paused a little while and cleared her throat, and then thrice she curtsied low, once to Nyleptha, once to Curtis, and once to Good, and began to speak in measured tones. I thank thee, most gracious queen and royal sister, for the loving kindness. Thou hast shown me from my youth up, and especially in that thou hast been pleased to give my person and my fate as a gift to the Lord Encubu, the king that is to be. May prosperity, peace, and plenty deck the life path of one so merciful and so tender, even as flowers do. Long mayest thou reign, O great and glorious queen, and hold thy husband's love in both thy hands, and many be the sons and daughters of thy beauty. And I thank thee, my lord Encubu, the king that is to be. I thank thee 1,000 times in that thou hast been pleased to accept that gracious gift, and to pass it on to thy comrade in arms and in adventure, the Lord Bugan. Surely the act is worthy of thy greatness, my lord Encubu. And now, lastly, I thank thee also, my lord Bukuan, who in thy turn hast deigned to accept me and my poor beauty. I thank thee 1,000 times, and I will add that thou art a good and honest man, and I put my hand upon my heart, and swear that I could say thee yea. And now that I have rendered thanks to all in turn, and again she smiled, I will add one short word. Little can you understand of me, Queen Nylepetha, my lords, if you know not that for me there is no middle path, that I scorn your pity and hate you for it, that I cast off your forgiveness as though it were a serpent's sting, and that standing here, betrayed, deserted, insulted, and alone, I yet triumph over you, mock you, and defy you, one and all, and thus I answer ye. And then, of a sudden, before anybody guessed what she intended to do, she drove the little silver spear she carried in her hand into her side with such a strong and steady aim that the keen point projected through her back, and she fell prone upon the pavement. Nylepetha shrieked, and poor Good almost fainted at the sight, while the rest of us rushed towards her. But Sorey of the night lifted herself upon her hand, and for a moment fixed her glorious eyes intently on Curtis's face, as though there were some message in the glance, then dropped her head and sighed, and with a sob her dark but splendid spirit passed. Well, they gave her a royal funeral, and there was an end of her. It was a month after the last act of the Soreus tragedy that a great ceremony was held in the Flower Temple, and Curtis was formally declared king consort of Zu-Vendis. I was too ill to go myself, and indeed I hate all that sort of thing, with the crowds and the trumpet blowing and banner waving. But Good, who was there in his full dress uniform, came back much impressed and told me that Nyleptha had looked lovely, and Curtis had borne himself in a right royal fashion, and had been received with acclamations that left no doubt as to his popularity. Also, he told me that when the horse Daylight was led along in the procession, the populace had shouted, "Macumazahn, Macumazahn," till they were hoarse, and would only be appeased when he, Good, rose in his chariot and told them that I was too ill to be present. Afterwards, too, Sir Henry, or rather the king, came to see me, looking very tired, and vowing that he had never been so bored in his life, but I dare say that that was a slight exaggeration. It is not in human nature that a man should be altogether bored on such an extraordinary occasion, and indeed, as I pointed out to him, it was a marvelous thing that a man who but little more than 1 short year before had entered a great country as an unknown wanderer should today be married to its beautiful and beloved queen, and lifted amidst public rejoicings to its throne. I even went the length to exhort him in the future not to be carried away by the pride and pomp of absolute power, but always to strive to remember that he was first a Christian gentleman and next a public servant, called by Providence to a great and almost unprecedented trust. These remarks, which he might fairly have resented, he was so good as to receive with patience, and even to thank me for making them. It was immediately after the ceremony that I caused myself to be moved to the house where I am now writing. It is a very pleasant country seat, situated about 2 miles from the frowning city, on to which it looks. That was 5 months ago, during the whole of which time I have, being confined to a kind of couch, employed my leisure in compiling this history of our wanderings from my journal and from our joint memories. It is probable that it will never be read, but it does not much matter whether it is or not. At any rate, it has served to while away many hours of suffering, for I have suffered a deal of pain lately. Thank God, however, there will not be much more of it. It is a week since I wrote the above, and now I take up my pen for the last time, for I know that the end is at hand. My brain is still clear, and I can manage to write, though with difficulty. The pain in my lung, which has been very bad during the last week, has suddenly quite left me, and been succeeded by a feeling of numbness, of which I cannot mistake the meaning. And just as the pain has gone, so with it all fear of that end has departed, and I feel only as though I were going to sink into the arms of an unutterable rest, happily, contentedly, and with the same sense of security with which an infant lays itself to sleep in its mother's arms, do I lay myself down in the arms of the angel Death. All the tremors, all the heart-shaking fears which have haunted me through a life that seems long as I look back upon it, have left me now. The storms have passed, and the star of our eternal hope shines clear and steady on the horizon that seems so far from man, and yet is so very near to me tonight. And so this is the end of it. A brief space of troubling, a few restless, fevered, anguished years, and then the arms of that great angel Death. Many times have I been near to them, and now it is my turn at last, and it is well. 24 hours more, and the world will be gone from me, and with it all its hopes and all its fears. The air will close in over the space that my form filled, and my place know me no more. For the dull breath of the world's forgetfulness will first dim the brightness of my memory, and then blot it out forever, and of a truth I shall be dead. So is it with us all. How many millions have lain as I lie, and thought. These thoughts and been forgotten. Thousands upon thousands of years ago they thought them, those dying men of the dim past, and thousands on thousands of years hence will their descendants think them, and be in their turn forgotten. As the breath of the oxen in winter, as the quick star that runs along the sky, as a little shadow that loses itself at sunset, as I once heard a Zulu called Agnosi put it, such is the order of our life, the order that passeth away. Well, it is not a good world, nobody can say that it is, save those who wilfully blind themselves to facts. How can a world be good in which money is the moving power and self-interest the guiding star? The wonder is not that it is so bad, but that there should be any good left in it. Still, now that my life is over, I am glad to have lived, glad to have known the dear breath of woman's love, and that true friendship which can even surpass the love of woman, glad to have heard the laughter of little children, to have seen the love sun and the moon and the stars, to have felt the kiss of the salt sea on my face, and watched the wild game trek down to the water in the moonlight. But I should not wish to live again. Everything is changing to me. The darkness draws near, and the light departs. And yet it seems to me that through that darkness I can already see the shining welcome of many a long-lost face. Harry is there, and others. One above all, to my mind, the sweetest and most perfect woman that ever gladdened this gray earth. But of her I have already written elsewhere, and at length, so why speak of her now? Why speak of her after this long silence, now that she is again so near to me, now that I go where she has gone? the sinking sun is turning the golden roof of the great temple to a fiery flame, and my fingers tire. So to all who have known me, or known of me, to all who can think one kindly. Thought of the old hunter, I stretch out my hand from the far-off shore and bid a long farewell. And now into the hands of Almighty God, who sent it, do I commit my spirit. I have spoken, as the Zulus say. Chapter 24 by Y. Another Hand. A year has elapsed since our most dear friend Allan Quatermain wrote the words I have spoken at the end of his record of our adventures. Nor should I have ventured to make any additions to the record had it not happened that by a most strange accident, a chance has arisen of its being conveyed to England. The chance is but a faint one, it is true, but, as it is not probable that another will arise in our lifetimes, Good and myself think that we may as well avail ourselves of it. Such as it is. During the last 6 months, several frontier commissions have been at work on the various boundaries of Zu-Vendis, with a view of discovering whether there exists any possible means of ingress or egress from the country, with the result that a channel of communication with the outer world hitherto overlooked has been discovered. This channel, apparently the only one, for I have discovered that it was by it that the native who ultimately reached Mr. Mackenzie's mission station, and whose arrival in the country, together with the fact of his expulsion, for he did arrive about 3 years before ourselves, was for reasons of their own, kept a dead secret by the priests to whom he was brought, is about to be effectually closed. But before this is done, a messenger is to be dispatched bearing with him this manuscript, and also 1 or 2 letters from Good to his friends, and from myself to my brother George, whom it deeply grieves me to think I shall never see again, informing them as our next heirs that they are welcome to our effects in England, if the Court of Probate will allow them to take them, 23, inasmuch as we have made up our minds never to return to Europe. Indeed, it would be impossible for us to leave Zu-Vendis even if we wished to do so. 23. Of course the Court of Probate would allow nothing of the sort. Editor. The messenger who is to go, and I wish him joy of his journey, is Alphonse. For a long while he has been wearied to death of Zu-Vendis and its inhabitants. Oh, oui, says Beau, he says with an expressive shrug. Mais je m'ennuie qui n'est-ce pas. Chick. Again, he complains dreadfully of the absence of cafes and theaters, and moans continually for his lost Annette, of whom he says he dreams 3 times a week. But I fancy his secret cause of disgust at the country, putting aside the homesickness to which every Frenchman is subject, is that the people here laugh at him so dreadfully about his conduct on the occasion of the great battle of the pass about 18 months ago, when he hid beneath a banner in Soras's tent in order to avoid being sent forth to fight, which he says would have gone against his conscience. Even the little boys call out at him in the streets, thereby offending his pride and making his life unbearable. At any rate, he is determined to brave the horrors of a journey of almost unprecedented difficulty and danger, and also to run the risk of falling into the hands of the French police to answer for a certain little indiscretion of his own some years old, though I do not consider that a very serious matter, rather than remain in si triste pays. Poor Alphonse! We shall be very sorry to part with him, but I sincerely trust for his own sake, and also for the sake of this history, which is, I think, worth giving to the world, that he may arrive in safety. If he does, and can carry the treasure we have provided him with in the shape of bars of solid gold, he will be, comparatively speaking, a rich man for life, and well able to marry his Annette if she is still in the land of the living and willing to marry her Alphonse. Anyhow, on the chance, I may as well add a word or two to dear old Quatermain's narrative. He died at dawn on the day following that on which he wrote the last words of the last chapter. Nyleptha, Good, and myself were present, and a most touching and yet in its way beautiful scene it was. An hour before the daybreak it became apparent to us that he was sinking, and our distress was very keen. Indeed, Good melted into tears at the idea, a fact that called forth a last gentle flicker of humor from our dying friend, for even at that hour he could be humorous. Goods. Emotion had, by loosening the muscles, naturally caused his eyeglass to fall from its accustomed place, and Quatermain, who always observed everything, observed this also. At last, he gasped, with an attempt at a smile, I have seen Good without his eyeglass. After that he said no more till the day broke, when he asked to be lifted up to watch the rising of the sun for the last time. In a very few minutes, he said, after gazing earnestly at it, I shall have passed through those golden gates. 10 minutes afterwards, he raised himself and looked us fixedly in the face. I am going a stranger journey than any we have ever taken together. Think of me sometimes, he murmured. God bless you all. I shall wait for you. And with a sigh he fell back dead, and so passed away a character that I consider went as near perfection as any it has ever been my lot to encounter. Tender, constant, humorous, and possessing of many of the qualities that go to make a poet, he was yet almost unrivaled as a man of action and a citizen of the world. I never knew anyone so competent to form an accurate judgment of men and their motives. I have studied human nature all my life, he would say, and I ought to know something about it, and he certainly did. He had but two faults. One was his excessive modesty, and the other a slight tendency which he had to be jealous of anybody on whom he concentrated his affections. As regards the first of these points, anybody who reads what he has written will be able to form his own opinion, but I will add one last instance of it. As the reader will doubtless remember, it is a favorite trick of his to talk of himself as a timid man, whereas really, though very cautious, he possessed a most intrepid spirit, and, what is more, never lost his head. Well, in the great battle of the pass, where he got the wound that finally killed him, one would imagine from the account which he gives of the occurrence that it was a chance blow that fell on him in the scrimmage. As a matter of fact, however, he was wounded in a most gallant and successful attempt to save Good's life, at the risk and, as it ultimately turned out, at the cost of his own. Good was down on the ground, and one of Nasta's Highlanders was about to dispatch him, when Quatermain threw himself onto his prostrate form and received the blow on his own body, and then, rising, killed the soldier. As regards his jealousy, a single instance which I give in justice to myself and Nyleptha will suffice. The reader will, perhaps, recollect that in one or two places he speaks as though Nyleptha monopolized me, and he was left by both of us rather out in the cold. Now Nyleptha is not perfect any more than any other woman is, and she may be a little exigeanta at times, but as regards Quatermain, the whole thing is pure imagination. Thus, when he complains about my not coming to see him when he is ill, the fact was that, in spite of my entreaties, the doctors positively forbade it. Those little remarks of his pained me very much when I read them, for I loved Quatermain as dearly as though he were my own father, and should never have dreamed of allowing my marriage to interfere with that affection. But let it pass. It is, after all, but one little weakness, which makes no great show among so many and such lovable virtues. Well, he died, and good read the burial service over him in the presence of Nyleptha and myself, and then his remains were, in deference to the popular clamor, accorded a great public funeral, or rather cremation. I could not help thinking, however, as I marched in that long and splendid procession up to the temple, how he would have hated the whole thing could he have been there to see it, for he had a horror of ostentation. And so, a few minutes before sunset, on the third night after his death, they laid him on the brazen flooring before the altar, and waited for the last ray of the setting sun to fall upon his face. Presently it came, and struck him like a golden arrow, crowning the pale brows with glory, and then the trumpets blew, and the flooring revolved, and all that remained of our beloved friend fell into the furnace below. We shall never see his like again if we live 100 years. He was the ablest man, the truest gentleman, the firmest friend, the finest sportsman, and, I believe, the best shot in all Africa. And so ended the very remarkable and adventurous life of Hunter Quatermain. Since then, things have gone very well with us. Good has been, and still is, busily employed in the construction of a navy on Lake Molossus and another of the large lakes, by means of which we hope to be able to increase trade and commerce, and also to overcome some very troublesome and warlike sections of the population who live upon their borders. Poor fellow! He is beginning to get over the sad death of that misguided but most attractive woman, Cerace, but it is a sad blow to him, for he was really deeply attached to her. I hope, however, that he will in time make a suitable marriage and get that unhappy business out of his head. Nyleptha has 1 or 2 young ladies in view, especially a daughter of Nasta's who was a widower, a very fine imperial-looking girl, but with too much of her father's intriguing and yet haughty spirit to suit my taste. As for myself, I should scarcely know where to begin if I set to work to describe my doings, so I had best leave them undescribed, and content myself with saying that, on the whole, I am getting on very well in my curious position of king consort, better, indeed, than I had any right to expect. But of course, it is not all plain sailing, and I find the responsibilities very heavy. Still, I hope to be able to do some good in my time, and I intend to devote myself to 2 great ends. Namely, to the consolidation of the various clans which together make up the Zu-Vendi people under one strong central government, and to the sapping of the power of the priesthood. The first of these reforms will, if it can be carried out, put an end to the disastrous civil wars that have for centuries devastated this country, and the second, besides removing a source of political danger, will pave the road for the introduction of true religion in the place of the senseless sun worship. I yet hope to see the shadow of the cross of Christ lying on the golden dome of the flower temple, or, if I do not, that my successors may. There is one more thing that I intend to devote myself to, and that is the total exclusion of all foreigners from Zu-Vendi. Not indeed that any more are ever likely to get here, but if they do, I warn them fairly that they will be shown the shortest way out of the country. I do not say this from any sense of inhospitality, but because I am convinced of the sacred duty that rests upon me of preserving to this, on the whole, upright and generous-hearted people, the blessings of comparative barbarism. Where would all my brave army be if some enterprising rascal were to attack us with field guns and Martini Henrys? I cannot see that gunpowder, telegraphs, steam, daily newspapers, universal suffrage, etc., etc., have made mankind one whit the happier than they used to be, and I am certain that they have brought many evils in their train. I have no fancy for handing over this beautiful country to be torn and fought for by speculators, tourists, politicians, and teachers whose voice is as the voice of Babel, just as those horrible creatures in the valley of the underground river tore and fought for the body of the wild swan. Nor will I endow it with the greed, drunkenness, new diseases, gunpowder, and general demoralization which chiefly mark the progress of civilization amongst sophisticated peoples. If in due course it pleases Providence to throw Zu Vendis open to the world, that is another matter, but of myself I will not take the responsibility, and I may add that Good entirely approves of my decision. Farewell. Henry Curtis, December 15, 18. P.S. I quite forgot to say that about 9 months ago, Niliptha, who is very well and, in my eyes at any rate, more beautiful than ever, presented me with a son and heir. He is a regular curly-haired, blue-eyed young Englishman in looks, and, though he is destined, if he lives, to inherit the throne of Zu Vendis, I hope I may be able to bring him up to become what an English gentleman should be, and generally is, which is, to my mind, even a prouder and a finer thing than being born heir apparent to the great house of the stairway, and, indeed, the highest rank that a man can reach upon this earth. H. Sandy Chi, Nute by Jabe Chi, Cordis Curtis, Esq. The MS of this history, addressed to me in the handwriting of my dear brother Henry Curtis, whom we had given up for dead, and bearing the Aden postmark, reached me in safety on December 20th, 18, or a little more than 2 years after it left his hands in the far center of Africa, and I hasten to give the astonishing story it contains to the world. Speaking for myself, I have read it with very mixed feelings, for though it is a great relief to know that he and Good are alive and strangely prosperous, I cannot but feel that for me and for all their friends they might as well be dead, since we can never hope to see them more. They have cut themselves off from old England and from their homes and their relations forever, and perhaps, under the circumstances, they were right and wise to do so. How the MS came to be posted, I have been quite unable to discover, but I presume from the fact of its being posted at all, that the little Frenchman Alphonse accomplished his hazardous journey in safety. I have, however, advertised for him and caused various inquiries to be made in Marseille and elsewhere, with a view of discovering his whereabouts, but so far without the slightest success. Possibly he is dead, and the packet was posted by another hand, or possibly he is now happily wedded to his Annette, but still fears the vengeance of the law, and prefers to remain incognito. I cannot say. I have not yet abandoned my hopes of finding him, but I am bound to say that they grow fainter day by day, and one great obstacle to my search is that nowhere in the whole history does Mr. Quatermain mention his surname. He is always spoken of as Alphonse, and there are so many Alphonses. The letters which my brother Henry says he is sending with the packet of manuscript have never arrived, so I presume that they are lost or destroyed. George Curtis. EU authorities. A novelist is not usually asked, like a historian, for his quellen. As I have, however, judging from certain experiences in the past, some reason to anticipate such a demand, I wish to acknowledge my indebtedness to Mr. Thompson's admirable history of travel through Maasai land for much information as to the habits and customs of the tribes inhabiting that portion of the East Coast and the country where they live. Also to my brother, John G. Haggard, R.N., HBM's consul at Madagascar, and formerly consul at Lamu, for many details furnished by him of the mode of life and war of those engaging people, the Maasai. Also to my sister-in-law, Mrs. John Haggard, who kindly put the lines of p. 183 in Parver, 1 H. Trided crabs, in a review from for me, also to an extract in a review from some book of travel of which I cannot recollect the name, to which I owe the idea of the great crabs in the valley of the Tak or Nerjazabak. I regret that I was not able to plagiarize this effect. But I felt that, although crabs may, and doubtless do, behave thus in real life, in romance they will not do so. 24. It is suggested to me that this book is the cruise of the Falcon, with which work I am personally unacquainted. There is an underground river in Peter Wilkins, but at the time of writing the foregoing pages I had not read that quaint but entertaining work. It has been pointed out to me that there exists a similarity between the scene of Umslapolgaz frightening Alphonse with his axe and a scene in Far from the Madding Crowd. I regret this coincidence, and believe that the talented author of that work will not be inclined to accuse me of literary immorality on its account. Finally, I may say that Mr. Quatermain's Little Frenchman appears to belong to the same class of beings as those English ladies whose long yellow teeth and feet of enormous size excite our hearty amusement in the pages of the Illustrated Gallic Press. The writer of Allan Quatermain. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.